Hello! I'm going to update the title here in a moment. Welcome to the office hours, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to do something very dumb. I'm going to play NDA roulette. And I'm also going to play My Camera Doesn't Work. Give me a moment. Ta-da! Welcome, everybody. Welcome to the office hours. This is the Yakety Yak stream where I talk about Star Citizen more than I play it. Which, to everyone's joke, Paul, that's all the time. Hey, shut up. I'm currently updating the tech preview, and you will not see or hear the tech preview, but I will log in just so I can give it an impressions of what's going on, to give you an idea of how things work. I probably won't be playing the game much in the background, more just looking at the screen, playing around with some inventory movement and that kind of stuff. So, am I still see-through? Or am I good?
You can take away my spaceship.
Spaceship.
You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Ghost 1800 just resubscribed for 66 months. Mistakes were and will continue to be made.
Thank you much for that 66 months of support there, Ghost. You're very important, Papa, very impressed, Mr. Very pedestrian. This your fault. You're doing right. Shots and cheers and chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Gank Flankenstein. I love that name. Welcome. Ghost, you're one of the oldest subscribers to the Astro Historian. So don't tell me about mistakes being made. Lots of SEs are not much to play right now. I'll try to get in and get an impression before they take it down, because there's lots of SEs. They usually take it down pretty quickly. I'm still updating, though. It's going to take a bit. I'm not sure how that makes me feel. All I want to know is the inventory is intuitive and user-friendly. I don't know. I'm going to check right now. It's better because it's less diegetic, so it's more video gamey, so it's better. More traditional MMO? Okay. So it's more like,
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
I'm doing good, Red Marine. How you doing? You ever look at a Rager's railgun and wonder what it would be like to sit on top of it while it's firing? No. Not at all. Oof, that sucks there, Simpasta. 3rd degree burns. Ouch. Hey, Paul, you gonna be playing the Gundam TCG? Is it been released yet? I'll probably pick it up. Not the TCG, the miniature game. I know they have the trading card game, but like, I know the miniatures are connected to the trading card, but I'm not much of a card gamer, so. Oh, no, wait, I meant 3rd degree burns on sitting on top of Idris Grailgun. Okay, yeah. And I know, that's good. That's good. I was gonna say, you're very cheerful for somebody with 3rd degree burns. I guess you don't feel the pain. That's one of the things that I remember from my scout training, is that generally speaking, you almost feel nothing with a 3rd degree burn because it burns your nerves off, and that's why it's so dangerous, because you don't feel anything. So it can, if you don't cover it, it can get infected really badly. So is it good there, Locke? Yeah, it's not very. I've seen it being discussed in gaming circles, but I haven't actually checked my local friendly game store to see if they have it. Probably do. Gundam Assemble is what it's called. Okay. They're going to release it on March 4th. Okay. Hey, Chops, how you doing? Hey, butthole. We're currently at 14 gigabytes left for updates. Yeah, let's pull up this week in Star Citizen real quick. Twisk. Yeah, shader compiles pretty quick though for me. But there's something weird with this one. I will be doing that here in a moment. All right, on Tuesday, we're dropping in, we're dropping a new monthly bundle with Korra More just around the corner. Look forward to the theme bundle designed to celebrate the occasion. Wednesday sets the mood with the return of Korra More. Beyond the Stars still lingers the legacy of Yuri and Korra. with citizens celebrating togetherness in all its forms. Expect themed festivities and a way to share the spirit with fellow citizens. There will be a downtime starting at 11 UTC. We'll also release a new episode of Behind the Ships with Argo's latest landing in the first this very same day. We will publish the latest roadmap update, including refresh cards for Alpha 4.6, a few new additions planned for 4.7, and an updated progress tracker reflecting the current state of development. On Wednesday, so they're doing a progress track. Okay. Also on Wednesday, new industrial missions tested within 4.6P2 will make their debut, expanding opportunities to industrious crews ready to put their skills and ships to work. We'll recap everything in Spectrum to help guide you through the new content, so keep your eye out. Finally, on Thursday, it's perfect time for invite your friends, jump back in Star Citizen, February 12th through February 23rd, the new free flight and referral bonus. Neat. Wednesday's a big day. Nope, we're not gonna do that till the end there, Pie versus Cake. Because I only have so much time to update and possibly test the latest inventory. So we'll do that here in a moment. I'm definitely not gonna be doing the crafting. Not because I don't want to do the crafting, but because I don't have enough time and or the ability to do both crafting and streaming, or like I won't be able to do that unless I was actually streaming it, and I won't be streaming this for you to see. So yes, Shemp, the inventory update is in tech preview right now. It literally went into tech preview like what, maybe an hour or two ago. I got a hot take on mission sharing. I think they should have two new ways of sharing missions. One where they have hard cap with a number of shares, and another one where the pool increases linearly with players to a limit, and the pool is evenly distributed. I mean, I've talked about that idea in the past. The idea of having a set requirement so that this mission is designed for 4 people, so it will give you the payout. It's like 100K designed for 4 people. 4 people get 100K if it's just those 4 people that are sharing that mission. And the second you go above 4 people, all of that is now takes 100K and it distributes it across 5 people. So you still get some stuff for it, but you're not gonna be able to min-max the results with that. I think a limited number of shares is a bad idea. Because by doing the latter, what you just discussed is gonna be something that would already deal with that problem. Hey, Cash will kill. I think next week we'll be crafting an inventory and maybe transport. Maybe. They did say that they kind of want to do more than just the elevator tech preview. So I think that would be funny. That'd be a great way of whipping people into shape. Because they just did a bunch of new Evo invites. So that'd be a fantastic way of old Evo would be like, hey, welcome to the actual shit show of tech preview. You are gonna spend the next 6 hours writing elevators. And if you don't, we're fucking taking your goddamn Evo away. It's not on me, Knowledge. It's on you, buddy. You will not get off Mr. Bones' wild ride, and you will like it. The way AA has worked with Mega Group has been awesome with fully sharing rep. I get you. Don't get me wrong. I understand. That's great. I think it would work better if if you just evenly distributed the rep rather than if you had like set number, so like, oh yeah, this is designed for 4 people, and then if it went above that, it would stretch out that rep, so it would basically be trickle down, so people couldn't just like share with an entire server to get it done. Yeah, I hate the mega groups. I'd much prefer a collective line than a individual line. I also really fucking hate that they're doing skins. Originally, this was a good idea, in my opinion, but with CIG, the problem is that they can either do really good skins or really shitty skins, and I feel like when people know that they're going to get certain things from the outset because they're doing the missions, people will then do it for the missions, not for the missions themselves, or do it for the skins, not for the missions themselves. Effectively, it's not a great measurement of fun if people are doing it just because they don't want to get left out. They're doing it because of FOMO. I will say it's kind of annoying that Jared was begging the community to play the tech previews, but so far they've been extremely limited in who can do it. It's more that he wanted to encourage players to play the PTU and tech previews and those sorts of things because they don't have nearly as many folks as they normally do, but also because Jared, I used to hope, knows that there was a huge wave of Evocati invites. So a bunch of people got into Evo recently. Like, hundreds, if not thousands of people did. Either for the crafting table. I know. I mean, and that's the problem. If people are just doing missions because of the thing that they get at the end, then you're not really testing to see if the mission is good or if the game is fun. You're just incentivizing players to grind out so that they don't have to deal with bullshit later. Because I guarantee you, everyone who's doing is like, oh, I get a crafting table. Cool, I'm going to get a crafting table. Thinking they're going to get an advantage over other people because they have a crafting table when other people don't. When it's really just a custom crafting table. You're just going to get a fancy crafting table that everyone else will be able to purchase. It's just they won't have that skin on it or whatever. Then they need to stop putting them on Evo exclusively. Okay. Alex, let me explain this, because this is actually an important part. I'm old, so I've been around long enough. They didn't have Evocati. Evocati was an invention after the 2.0 PTU. Because they did do PTUs where they gave them to smaller groups. But the reason why they did Evocati was because they realized that when they did the PTU for 2.0, it took a month. And there was no NDA for PTUs. So people were just streaming the whole time. And it wasn't a good look for the game that we were putting fucking crash counters and crash timers on our streams, where we were going, how long will we get before the stream, or before the game crashes? And a number of times the game had crashed, which they thought was very embarrassing, and so they wanted to do testing, but they wanted to do it in a closed backroom sort of way, so they didn't have this sort of publicity. So they created the Evocati specifically so that people could get involved. And the idea behind the Evocati was it was the people who played the game the most, did the most reports, that kind of thing. So typically, streamers and content creators got in simply because we played the game a lot. So they put us in there as that as well. My theory is that the skin was to get player concurrence and data. I wouldn't be surprised if that's what they're doing. It's also, they're trying to test stuff. They're trying to encourage players to log in and play, which, again, understandable. But I feel like if they did a fun enough event, people would do it. A great example of this, and this is going to sound awful, but a great example of this is Helldivers. Helldivers does events like the defense of Super Earth, the invasion of Cyberstan, these things that happen that have no rewards connected to them whatsoever, and players just do it because it's fun, because they're engaged, because they're wrapped up in the story and the event. And Star Citizen used to have that, like the Xenothreat invasion was one of those things where people got really hyped up because it was going to be an event. Even things like Siege of Orison had that sort of thing going on. There weren't really any physical rewards for those. People played them because they were fun, because they were a good break from what we had, all those sorts of things. And I feel like since they've added physical rewards, players have just played whatever they felt was the most efficient way. They've optimized the fun out of the game, rather than having players play the game and then those players who were involved in it got rewards down the line for their involvement. Helldivers, though, has consequence. That's another problem. There's no consequences in Star Citizen. There are none. There are no consequences whatsoever. It is a consequence-free game, and CIG is building it out like that, at least according to their own words. They have been building it out like that since they announced what 1.0 is going to be. Which I frankly think is a mistake and will probably hurt them long term. Question, do you think CIG anticipated the whole servers grouping together for AA missions? Probably. But the jump kit has HD branding now. It has a fucking statue. It does not have HD branding. It has a goddamn statue. It hasn't even got named anything any difference. That's not fucking consequences. They tried to do it and they fucking failed. I mean, Death of a Spaceman, its consequences? No, it's at most it's and it always has been a inconvenience rather than a consequence. The consequences were supposed to be with reputation. Basically, the idea was that by playing the game a certain way, it would lock you out of access to certain places. And as a result, you would either have to work and improve your reputation through special side ways that would get you back up there, or just by waiting for your reputation to go back to null in order for you to go into certain areas. The idea being, you want to be a little shit ass and start killing everybody for no reason, you will get a negative reputation with everybody in that region because you're causing problems. The problem that they encountered is that meant that some players were locked out of landing zones, and they didn't want players to be locked out of landing zones, which tells me that once they decided to scope in for 1.0.
Hey, a tip!
At Whippy, super short at $3.65. Thanks for all your content. Can go back and rewatch the lore videos over and over.
Thank you, Viper. Thank you for that $5 Canadian. Yeah, I'm working on a updated version of the complete the beginner's guide to Star Citizen lore. It's double the speed, double the time. I'm working on it. I'll be finishing up hopefully on Wednesday. Probably going to be more like Thursday. But it's typically that would be one that I'm going to put out pretty much right when I'm done with it, rather than waiting for it to go onto exclusively into Patreon, because I don't think Patreon really benefits from having a complete guide that is locked behind a paywall. I will be doing another video on the history of AI in Star Citizen, which will go to Patreon first, though. So going back to that, though, they didn't want to lock people out of these zones, and it's like, that's the point, though. That's the point. you should be able to be locked out of these zones to prevent you from accessing these places. My only hope with that was that that same statement was meant that they said, well, that same statement was mostly about them trying to simplify the reputation stuff, so they didn't have individual landing zones have their own reputation. Instead, it was larger groups that had their own reputations, and the smaller groups might have some reputation individually, but nothing overall. And so my only hope is that you're still going to see that negative reputation happen. It's just going to be you're banned from the UEE rather than you're banned from Hurston. Now, we need to get an update on that. And there's no point in trying to ask them for an update until they get mission system in and the reputation stuff that they've been working on. Once they start talking about that more often, that's when we need to go in and be very critical and be like, you need to add negative reputation. Because if you don't add negative reputation, what you're going to do is encourage players to be little shit asses all the time. So you're going to have a situation where there is no consequences. At least in EVE, there's fucking consequences for bombing Jita. You know, there is going to be repercussion at some point. There is no repercussion to just crashing your ass into another player as long as you don't die, or getting the most overpowered, like getting an Idris with and 7 other players with Idrises and just camping an area and shooting people until they can't come out anymore. No, the thing though, Lucid, is that the way that they're going to work with regen is, yeah, eventually your character will die and you have to regen, but it's or like create a new character. But that is more of a new not really a consequence as much as it's an annoyance, an inconvenience. Because all your stuff will still go to a new character with reduced rep and maybe some taxes they have to take out. But it's still going to happen. Like it's effectively a stumbling block rather than a huge issue. If there's no consequences, then how will this game survive without PvE only servers? That's the problem. Like CNG doesn't want to do PvE only servers, which I get, but their reliance, what they're going to rely on is crime stat. That's what I'm fearing, is that they're going to rely on crime stat to be that decider, and crime stat system sucks. I have not heard a single fucking word about them improving the crime stat system. They are just going to launch with this crime stat system, and it's bad. It sucks. It's bad. I hate it. I've hated it since the beginning. And I don't think there's many people who actually like it, other than people who tolerate its existence. The problem is, Lucid, is that I'd have to find it again, but the developers went on a Star Citizen Live, the lore team went on the Star Citizen Live, and specifically said that they do not want to do negative reputation, that they've removed negative reputation, and you can no longer have reputation with individual landing zones because it was blocking people out of content. And the move towards bigger general organizations is the idea that these general organizations will exist across multiple star systems, so that you build up reputation with this group and then it'll feed you into another group as sort of like levels in a game. Levels in an MMO, like starter levels, intermediate levels, advanced levels in terms of content and in terms of difficulty. Ah, here we go. So I cannot show you this because it is against... Smashing. That was also something to reduce the number of factions. Yes. I will draw you a picture with my words. It wouldn't be so bad if CIG's planned players being 10% of the entities of the game, but I don't think it'll happen anymore without massive leap in performance. I think it'll happen. It just needs to get optimization rather than performance. Let me see if I actually do. Is that in the monthly report? I'll pull it up. I don't see it in the monthly report. Oh. Oh, that's the old one. Yeah, I like reputation decay as well. My issue is negative reputation. There needs to be a situation where players are forced that their decisions has consequences, effectively. There we go. All right. Wow, that is... Ah. I like the better placement. Like there's you can actually see the layers of like chest armor, suit, arms, legs, helmet, and glasses section. It even has your what's held in your hand equipment versus your weapon slot and your sidearm. And the sidearm has like your scope, your muzzle, and then your front like attachments. But I don't think there's anything in my inventory because I don't think it copied my inventory over, which is fine. I'll go into town and I'll see if I can't buy some stuff. The teardrop when you go into item kiosk? Okay. That's what I was looking at. Oh, local. Yeah. Okay, there it is. It popped up now. Okay, so guns. New armor. That's neat. I like it. It's a little bit easier. Yeah, it's definitely more MMO-y. I would compare it to like a survival game in terms of like how its approach to doing like clothing and such, or to the inventory screens. Like everything's the same box. Didn't seem quite to work. There we go, that works. Oh, backpack. Helmets cannot fit inside. Okay. Go. Go with weapons. Go. Nice. Do. Field light.
You can take away my spaceship. You can take away my space
Stacking
suit.
is fine. It just doesn't
You can
automatically
even take
stack.
away my space lasers.
No pew-pews.
But you can never,
Never.
ever
Ever.
take away my space game.
Sandy Sanderson just resubscribed for 38 months. Oh, so many boxes.
Yeah, there's a lot of boxes. There are a lot of boxes. Like, it's squares. Thank you so much, Sandy, for that 38 months of support. You're very important, Papa. Very impressed, Mr. Bean. Shots and cheese chat. Okay, so I've got everything open. There's a search function. Let me type in sure. Okay, didn't pop up at all. True def. There we go. Okay. Test things out. Oh, when's the last you've fallen? I've fallen where? Do chest and leg armor and backpack stack if they're empty? What do you mean stack? I don't have multiple of the same chest and armor piece, so I couldn't be able to tell you if they're stacking. On the ground? Recently, I guess. Why? I don't follow. I tend to not try to fall a lot. So I imagine it's because CIG generally doesn't want players to have like 17 stacks of the same armor. It doesn't make a lot of sense as well, simply because armor should be able to be stacked because it's especially if you sell it or use it. Slurred speech after a fall? No, I just got home from work. Can a brother not be tired? So I'm currently playing the game, but I can't show it to you because it's tech preview. It's a solid, like what I've seen so far is solid. It's not amazing, but not awful either. Does it actually work? Yeah, it's fine. Like you're not going to be, it's not going to be such a huge change that you won't know what you're looking at. It is more or less the same in terms of how it functions. It's simply, as you see on the screen here, it has a little bit more nuance, so it's easier to tell where things are supposed to go. If that makes sense. Yes, it's better than what we have. I don't think people who are looking for like a brand new inventory though, like, oh yeah, I want them to go from basically from the scratch, do it over again, or like you know, do a straight up remove the paper doll from the situation. That's not what I've seen so far. It's not a Paul stream. Not Paul playing Star Citizen unless he overshoots a station. Also trying to do this with mouse and keyboard, and I'm not a mouse and keyboard player. Ah, lamp. Glorious lamp. How close is this to the mock-up? Pretty much one for one. Like, there's almost no differences between them. There's some more accoutrement on here that's not on the original, not on this one, but it's probably because it's not really needed. Yeah, it makes looting easier. But again, a lot of people's problems with the inventory screen was that, like, it was fully diegetic. And while this does take away some of that diegesis for more, you know, video game logic, it's still very diegetic. Diegetic meaning in verse, like in fiction. Is that environmental inventory working smooth? Yes, it's working pretty smooth. You don't have to hit like F and that kind of stuff. It's a lot more it's a lot more like you hit I and you can kind of see everything. But you know how like when you hit inventory and it like shows your character in the universe and you can like move your character around, like you move the camera around by right clicking and dragging around you, that still exists. That's still a thing. It's still there. However, if you remember, the system didn't allow you to you didn't really, you had to guess where your ammo was and what ammo was. What ammo is in what slot. Now you can see the ammo, you can see what slot it's in, you can see how many slots you have left. You can see like I can see my my grenade belt. I can see the 8 ammo slots, the 4 like medical slots. I can see on just from a glance everything that I'm wearing. And if I highlight over them, it says like, oh yeah, this is where it is on your equipment screen, that kind of thing. It's an Evo, yes. Oh, this could go into 4.7. Like it is such a small change in the grand scheme of things that unless it does some funky things with the back end, it's a UI change. I wouldn't be more excited for this than crafting, though it does improve the quality of life. It's also, I'm doing it on a test preview, so it's not quite the same as in the wild. So there'll probably be inventory delays and all that wonderful thing before. Test this out. Ooh. Okay. That's a weird experience. I dropped something on the ground and it didn't actually let me see it when I hit I. I had to actually, like, still pull it over, so it doesn't seem like it changed much. Hey, Dom. Is there a way of creating your own categories? No. No, there's no way of creating your own categories. It is already baked in. They have the categories. You can like limit the filters, and you can clear the filters and stuff like that, but like you can, it's the same old filters we're used to. Oh, and you see there's a little gadget section as well. Is there search? Yes, there is search, and it does actually work. I haven't seen it brick my inventory, but I did see the research. I did try it, and it did work. No box naming? Not as far as I can see, no. I cannot emphasize this enough. You know what we have now? It's that, but it's a different UI. And it has search. Is a pig with lipstick? Not necessarily. The improvements are good enough that it makes it smoother to interact with it. It's a lot more intuitive. Yeah, it's the same system. It's just a new overlay. A little bit less responsive than I was hoping for, but not bad. Yeah, this is very simple. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you need it for crafting. Basically, this is the HUD that allows you to see like quality of the different goods and services and stuff like that. I'm sure it's connected to the back end a little bit more than the current version is, but it really isn't a revolution. It's evolution, not revolution. I wouldn't say it's completely smooth, though. It's still the old system. So if you've learned the old system, it's the same thing. It's just less obtuse than it used to be. The only things, like some of the biggest problems, one of the biggest things I can say right now is that I know that the tractor beam, the max left tractor beam is in the other weapon slot. But if you assume it's a gadget, it'll actually say, oh yeah, this could be a gadget. And you try to put it into a gadget slot and it'll just put it into your hands rather than putting it into a gadget slot. So you kind of have to know that it's a rifle in order to put it into the weapon slot. There's nothing that indicates that. Same with the medical gun. Like I said, it's the same system that currently exists. There is almost no labeling differences either. It's just an overhaul of what it looks like. It's actually not too difficult. Like, you can actually see a container. There are like tabs. So if you're next to a container, you can see the tab for the container near you. And if you have multiple containers, you can click through those different containers to get access to those things. And it's the same thing as like Ark, or I think DayZ did it as well. Like, it's very similar to that style of, they're clearly taking that sort of inspiration. That's probably one of the major changes. Yeah, it definitely pops up faster, but then again, it is also Evocati, so I can't tell if that's a thing or not. It'll actually tell you the total capacity of your torso, legs, and backpack, though. It's freaking out here. It's getting confused with my med pen and my and a sight on one of my guns. It's like, what? I don't know which one's which. So my custodian is being aimed with a fucking med pen right now. I mean, like, if you say this is a UX train wreck, then it's a train wreck. The one thing I will say is that you see how that kind of looks like it's sort of like maybe a picture. So like maybe like a pre-rendered image of your character kind of going, you know, in that classic sort of inventory screen. That it's not fucking that. It is the same shit you have now where it's you're seeing the verse around you as you're doing it. Fire the med pen. Fire the med pen. I think it'll be pretty friendly for VR. It's not that bad. Bad. But yeah. This. Try one more thing here. Is there anything else y'all want me to try real quick while you got me here? Oh my god, that is so nice though. Oh, that's so nice. I didn't think about that. Oh, remember how you try to put something in your hands and you try to put the tiny little hand on your body and it would like sometimes clip if like, especially if it was like a sight you're trying to put onto your pistol, it would be close enough to your hands that you'd pull it into your hand rather than into this pistol. There is a dedicated hand slot now. It's like one of the things in equipment is just what's in your hand, so you can just drag it into your hand. Oh yeah, no, yeah, I've done those filters work great. There is a search bar. Yeah, if you activate a flare, put it on your body, it should be lit. Yeah, I haven't tried that. I don't think that's changed. That's what's in the game right now. Let me go to the see if I can get some flares. It get confusing because it moves what's in your back to your hand when you equip it. Where would you get flares? Are they in trade centers? Item stack, yeah. I think ammo stacks. Gun stores? Oh shit. Well, I don't think there's a gun store in where am I? Tressler. Yeah, as far as I can tell, like the stacking generally works when you try to get in there. I haven't tried any of the flares, Radar. You're asking a bunch of questions about flares that I don't have flares, so I have to go find some flares. Is there a working sort button? What do you mean by sort? There's a filter button. Not that I can see in terms of like drop item. It's in my inventory still. Okay, I just managed to duplicate a hot dog. Can you sort within specific inventories? You mean like, yeah, you can. Like there are sorting options for the cutlass. I'm in my cutlass right now. I'm in my inventory, so I'm going to put this into the cutlass. Holy fuck, that was easy. And then there's little tabs for placeholder. Yeah, these are like the different, oh god, that's cool as fuck. So on the left-hand side, so like if you see this right here, right? This right here, these tabs here represent like your chest, your backpack, your chest, your legs, that kind of stuff. These tabs here represent different local inventories if you're nearby. I am in a Cutlass Black. I took a hot dog that was in my personal backpack, and I was able to drag it and drop it into the inventory of the Cutlass Black. The old inventory stacking is back. Cargo shops have quick flares. I can do that real quickly. Yeah, the proximity inventory stuff. It's about as responsive, if not a little bit more responsive. But you got to remember that I'm doing this currently in Evocati and in tech preview. So there's not a ton of people playing compared to the millions that slam Star Citizen on a regular basis. So the back end probably isn't suffering as much as it would in a live release. To give you context, I am moving like the elevators are snappy. The like everything is snappy and there's no like delay or lag with anything right now. And I can't say that that's because of changes. I think that's just because there's not as many people on the server. There is no combine all button. There is no combine all button that I could see. Let's go to the cargo center and see if I can figure that out. There's an FPS armor in Tressler? I didn't see the FPS armor in Tressler. I have to go check it out. Yeah, server bottlenecks are one of the major issues. So if you're having issues with like performance or like inventory opening and closing, that is almost certainly there's almost certainly back-end issues, not necessarily like the gameplay itself. Miscellaneous. No quick flares that I can see. Utility. It's all like boxes and stuff. Stack hall's the icon with the 3 squares in the upper right. Oh, that's what it is. It's not actually when you highlight over it, it doesn't say anything. It doesn't have any updates, so. I'm gonna try something. Someone's telling me that there's an armor shop here in Tressler, so hopefully I can find one. Oh, there is one here. Great. I think this is one that has guns too, right? Yes, it's guns. All right. I'm going to buy a bunch of individual magazines because I hate my life. Massive testing. Quick buy. Okay, quick buy. Okay. I'm just gonna sit here and quick buy. So if you hear me clicking, that's just what I'm doing. Quick buy, quick buy. Quick buy, quick buy. Quick buy, quick buy. Buy, quick buy. And another quick buy. By the way, you hear a quick buy? And another quick buy. And I'm quick buy. And my camera's frozen. That haven't bothered that.
Sandy Sanderson just gifted 5 subs.
Thank you for gifting those 5 subs there, Cindy. Sorry, my camera froze. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna blame you for breaking the camera. It's your fault. Thank you, Cindy. All right. All right, so I'm gonna go into the inventory again. Where did I quick buy that at? Yeah, that's a bug. I did a bunch of quick buy to Port Tressler. Oh, I'd have to go into the actual. Yeah. Backpack. Quick buy. 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 All right. I'm gonna try this again. All right. Hallelujah, the stacking worked. And the equip ball is back. That's clunky as shit, but it's back. Let me see if I can't get the pink quick flares here too. Yeah, I got him. All right. Did I accidentally purchase them in here? Else. Okay, now they just showed up. It's weird. That was kind of funky. All right. All right, I'm going to activate it. Equip it. It shows it on your HUD, and if you highlight over the quick flares, it will show which one is lit and which one isn't. But it does not tell you from a glance which one is lit and which one isn't. It doesn't look lit in the inventory itself if it's lit. But you can see which one's lit if you're hanging it off of your chest kind of thing. Fill your suit slots and pass from your hands to inventory and back. What do you mean by pass? Like back and forth from my backpack and such? I can't put anything in my hands anymore. Yeah, can't put anything in my hands. Cannot carry it anymore. Yep. Bit of a delay there. Ooh, yeah, it does not like to stack. So I'm starting to see, as I'm playing and messing around with it, I'm starting to see the edges of it. Like I said, it's pretty much the same situation as it is before. So any bugs that exist in the current inventory are passing through here. So yeah. Did Benoit give an ETA for item 1 to recovery? No. So this new UI doesn't actually fix anything. It's not a fix. It's really more of a swap over to a new UI entirely. In fact, the UI is pretty much the same. What you see on the screen here is effectively what the UI is. It's almost like beat for beat the exact same thing. And it just makes it more readable and easier to kind of use with. Yeah, there's definitely more intuition, but they didn't actually change much of the UI as it stands. There are still some problems, like you have no idea that the tractor rifle should be put into the rifle slot instead of a gadget slot. Hey, Silver Lightning. Can you drop scopes and mods in your gun while in your inventory? Oh, yeah, no, easily. Literally from the inventory, I can pull the scope off, and I just put it back on the exact same gun. Boom. I had to drag it there like twice. This didn't register that I dragged it there the first time. But yeah, you can mod and unmod your gun from the inventory screen super easily. You do not need to fiddle around with your gun with like pulling your gun out and then like adding through the old mod system. I know there's some people who fundamentally dislike the approach that CIG was giving with Star Citizen's UI. They didn't like the diegeticness. They wanted it to be more like an inventory screen you might have in like a Bethesda game or a a typical RPG. And it's just not that.
You can take away my space.
It's the same thing.
You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never, ever.
Yeah, that's how I did it. I pulled it from
my space game.
From storage. Yeah. They're not going to copy Tarkov.
Pramster just resubscribed for 67 months. Spaceship.
Thank you so much for that. 67 months of support there, Pramster. You're very important public, very impressive, very pedestrian. You rock. Trust and cheers and jet y'all. Trust and cheers. Yeah, so like when I'm in the inventory, right now I'm looking at personal/all. And then below that is equipment. One of them is a hand symbol that's literally like this. Like when you're looking at it, it looks like this. Do it right, like that, I guess. That's like a picture of a hand. Below that is a rifle slot. Below that is a rifle slot, and below that is a pistol slot. When you drag a rifle into the rifle slot, it will show up with in that slot. It will also have a screen that shows up for scope, muzzle, and underbarrel. And you can just drag stuff onto the scope, the muzzle, or the underbarrel just from your inventory directly onto the gun, in that little like square slot, and it just equips it automatically. But I mean, like, I think a lot of folks are nostalgic for things like, say, Oblivion. And I think, to a degree, World of Warcraft had the same thing, where what you see is sort of like an animated, like, toon of your character, a puppet of your character. And you see, like, your like, equipment and all that kind of stuff around you. But you don't see your actual player character because you can, like, you know, spin around your character and that kind of stuff, but you're not actually seeing your character in the verse. So you can kind of remove all of the distractions around you and just focus on inventory management. This does not change the fact that you are still diegetically staring at your character while they're in the verse. You can see people running around, other things. You can see NPCs moving. You can rotate your camera around, all that sort of thing. It just changes it so you can kind of see your slots better. Can you drag from inventory onto a gun in your inventory? Yes. Oh, no. Like if your gun is in inventory? No. If your gun is stored in inventory, you cannot modify your gun in the inventory. You have to have the gun on your character in an equipment slot for you to actually modify. Paper doll, thank you. Is there still content being drip fed into the game? Yes. First Star Citizen? Yeah. Wednesday, they're going to release a new ship and new mission types. Anything else you want me to try to test for y'all? It looks like Windows Explorer set to window large icons. Very similar, yes. Everything is the same size too. So it's like evenly sized window screens. So when I ran up to a loot box and hit F, it doesn't pull up what's in the box in the other loot UI. It should. Let me get a box and then fill it with stuff, and I'll test that out. Cargo gallery. Cargo center. Oh, you've already done it, Korean Gamer? Okay. Utility. Got a 1SCU crate. I'm going to buy that. Buy a bunch of the best thing in the universe. Let's see what I buy. Cruise looks. So rifles are not, they're the same box. So the same box as everything else. Everything is the same scale. There's no like Tetris scale things. There's no 2x1s or anything else. Everything's 1x1. Is it easy to pull off equipped ammo and pens? Yeah, pretty easy. Yeah, when you pull them off immediately, like I've had a bunch of custodians equipped. When I pulled them off, they immediately stacked. They instantly went to stack mode when I pulled them into the inventory. So they auto stack now that if you try to pull things, the same thing into your inventory you already have. Yeah, the proximity looting is great. It takes a little bit to get used to, I think. Are detailed item properties still shown in the panel that appears to hover? Yes, but it hovers in the center screen. So like if I'm looking at like my cruise Lux, it will pull off like a little small detail screen from the main screen. And if I look at it, I have an AO3 sniper rifle mag, it puts it in the same spot. If I go to the custodian, it puts it in the same spot. It's the same square or the same description square in the same location in the UI. So like if I was to like hover over this, you can actually see the equipment here with weapons. So if I was to like hover over here, it would pull up a description slot right here. So that you have the same sort of box. It's always in the same place. It doesn't like travel with whatever you are over here. It will always default here, and it defaults here when you're looking at stuff in the inventories. So there is a move all button. You can loot all. So you go to a box, you can hit move all in the container. So I walk up and I hit I. Yep. You hit I nearby. Holy shit. Holy fuck. What's the range? It's pretty far away. Yep. Yep. If you are near a box and you hit I, it will pull up that box's inventory, and then I can like move all into my inventory. No, that's not working. I still have to handle all of it over. I guess if I clicked it and then hit move all, it might move everything. Let me see. Yeah, there's no comparison right now, so. Sit you back down. All right, I'll be right back. It sounds exactly like DayZ looting. Yeah, no, that's what it reminds me of. Is DayZ. Oh, that was fast. Sorry. They should be on. Are they not on? Oh, I don't think I have sound alerts on this. I do have sound alerts here. Oh, I just turned it off for you. Okay, should be good now. Now try it. I did notice if you search for something in the search kind of works itself and won't filter properly if you type something else in sometimes. Yeah, sometimes the search fucks up. I wonder, did they get around to making paints global like they said they would, or are they still physicalized? They're still physicalized. I can't imagine them changing that over yet.
Stand by for Titanfall.
Double click and shift still work. You open multiple nested boxes, i.e. backpack and one SCU. I can try it. It's fine. The new inventory is fine. I wouldn't go so much as to say it's like amazing or anything. I'm gonna head out and check the check the paints real quickly. Yes, one of the updates ever. I think most people will like it. But I also think that, generally speaking, most people won't notice much of a difference. It'll just look better and feel better. If you're like me and you've just sort of drilled the experience of playing the game into your soul, then you won't notice much of a difference. Yeah, Blueprints is a completely different service. It's not inventory. That's interesting. I'm definitely in my home hangar. I'm in my home area, but I can't access any of my equipment. Like, I should have all of my equipment stored here, but it doesn't seem to be popping up the equipment. Spaceport. Here we go. I left the area, and yeah, I left the area. But now I'm going into the storage area. Okay. A few things are much better, like attachments on guns and equipment ammo. Oh yeah, that's so much better. And the equipping to your hand is so much easier. Sorting is a lot easier. But these are sort of like improvements to the system that already exists, rather than a revolutionary new system. Yeah. Let me get back to my hangar and then I'll alt F4. I played pretty casually, so improvement that doesn't require me to memorize 1,000 workarounds would be a godsend. I think this is likely to make it in 4.7, based off of my experience with this so far. It's definitely got bugs. It has problems that need to get addressed, and I think CIG could get them addressed. Not will, but could. It is a tech preview after all, not even Evocati. But and I can guarantee you there will be some nasty bugs when it first comes out. But it'll get worked out over time. Yeah. Feels like it's going to be one of the patches. I'm going to need to wait a week or two for the hotfix to drop. I mean, you get really, really, really like fucked up by some of these changes. So yeah. I definitely wait a patch or two because you're probably going to get really annoyed by the changes and the bugs that aren't actually addressed properly. That's not to say they won't address the bugs that are happening currently with inventory later, but this is effectively the same system. It's just a new overlay. I'm sure the back end is slightly different, but I think it's not a completely redo of the system. My question is, how are we going to unlearn the workarounds? I think most of the workarounds will be the same. Also, you won't. Oh no, the game crashed. Whatever shall I do? This is Evo tech preview, yes. This is what I'm working on right now. That's why I'm playing it and you can't see it, because otherwise I'd show it off. Best way I can describe it is the preview they gave is what we have. Like that is almost one for one what I've seen in the game right now. It's slightly different here and there, but like the backpacks and stuff like that are all on the right side, and then all the other things on the left. But all right, see its functions. Yeah, local showed up again. And here we go. That didn't work. Search for... Yeah, once you search for something and you hit enter, it will not let you see anything else other than the thing you searched for. So you have to like get out of the kiosk and crawl back in. There's no way of getting out of that. But yeah. Does not look like the gun stack. They don't stack though. Interesting. So this is the new inventory screen. This is a screenshot from the inventory screen that was released in the monthly report a couple of monthly reports ago. So this has been floating around for a bit, but right now I'm actually showing off. I'm actually in the game with it, with the tech preview, checking out the new inventory screen to see the differences and stuff like that. So I think I'm gonna call it here for now. So let me pull this up and I'll explain a little bit more. So this is 100% there. This is how your equipment works. Only they have the scope, muzzle, and under barrel. So, but you have these systems here, and then this is just gadgets. So if you want to switch to your gadgets, you have that. There is also, these all exist as well. These is local inventory. So like this is new Babbage, but this is, you can also access the local inventory for like that, for like a box or for something on the ground if there's something around there. This is an auto stack button that sort of exists, but it's more up here now than its own little thing. The search function is real. It does work. It just doesn't work all the time. This system is 100% the same. Though I think the backpack is here as well. And this is like the ammo storage. This is the or like the front storage. This is the medicine storage. And this is the like the bandolier storage, like grenades and such. I'm not sure how guns and armor will stack because of wear and tear, meaning different states. Yeah, I think it's click and stack and expand. Click on stack to expand. Does the FPS ammo counter lose connection with inventory? Bug that prevents ammo repool? I couldn't tell you, no. Yes, report me for showing Evo on my stream. A literal screenshot from CIG's own monthly reports. So is it super buggy? It's no more buggy than the current inventory system we have now. But most of the usability has improved dramatically. We're not getting a wiped. We're not going to get a wipe because they even the developers this Friday last Thursday said no, we're not getting a wipe. There's no plan on getting a wipe. My guess is that we won't see a wipe until well after the release of crafting. We're going to get a wipe at some point for sure. We should get a wipe though. They just don't want to piss off the orgs because the number of people who would lose all of their duped shit, including the stuff they duped that they could then get for like Wicklow interests. Yeah. Okay, so this new UI does not work in VR. It does not display properly. Okay. As someone who does not dupe, exploit, or e-bag, I'm very happy with no wipe. They did say their plan is to target very specific individuals. So my guess is they're going to try to target any of the duped like items or duped money. So they may be a situation where people just suddenly lose their interests, but other people don't, because the people who lose their interests, they got so with duped items, and so CIG can track that. So. The thing I will tell you about this is that, like I said, this is not that different from what we have right now. If this was an actual game, I could right click and then drag, and I would be able to drag the whole body around so you could see just like the modern inventory system that works. It is diegetic. It is very visible. These lines do show up, but only when you highlight things. And you can kind of see the wear and tear in these in these circles. So like the legs are a little bit more worn than the chest, and the backpack is not that worn. So you can see sort of like the health of those things. And you can kind of see it here where like the ammo, see like the boxes seem to be a little down here for the ammo. That's because it's, you know, been shot. So you can kind of judge how much ammo you have left in the on the screen. How do you look for items with the new inventory? Well, over here will be whatever you're looking at, and you can go click here with this little search button. Click the search, and it'll pop up a search screen. You just type in the thing you're looking for, and it'll pop up if it's on that inventory over here. The little hourglass search. Because when you click it, this whole thing will disappear and it's just a search bar. Yes, there is a slot for eyewear. There is not a slot for clothing though anymore. Like this may be in the future, but just because they don't have star cloth yet. Yeah, it's tiny on my screen, but when you were actually looking at it, you can see it. It's like you'll see it next to select all, and if you clicked it, it'll take up the whole slot right here. Now these things up here, these are sort of there. It's really more going to be the swap between whatever you're looking at and whatever you're interacting with, but you will have local inventory on this side where if there's something nearby, you can click that and it'll pull you into a local inventory. One of the things I did was I had a hot dog and I hopped into the back of a cutlass, and when I opened up my inventory, I could drag the hot dog into the cutlass's inventory without going into their like the little inventory box and opening it and fiddling with it. You could just, as long as you were on the cutlass, you could throw it on there. Now that might be just on for testing purposes, or they just didn't have that dialed in yet. But like the ship itself is storable. You can store stuff into the inventory itself without having to go into the special boxes.
You can take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never.
Oh, so it's like EVE Online inventory? It's very similar to like
take away my space
DayZ or Ark, Rust. Yes, we have the Magic Pocket inventory there.
McGrady_ just resubscribed for 35 months.
Thanks for that 35 months of support there, McGrady. You're very important, Pepper. Very important, Mr. Very interesting. This probably doesn't bring night. Shots and cheers. Yeah, shots and cheers. Yeah, so remember how you could in the past like get into a ship and then immediately dump everything you had into the ship's inventory? That's back. I had to feel bad interrupting when resubbing. It's all right. They were so against that. Yeah, no, it seems like they don't care anymore. That could just be a symptom of they haven't dialed it in yet because it's still in testing. So that may go away, but it's super smooth to do it now. It's basically if you're around an object, you can interact with it. Just by hitting I. You don't have to walk up and hit F with it. We had that kind of inventory for a brief period around when the Spirit C1 first dropped. Yes. It was there for a little bit, and then they took it away. It's back when you could, like, get within the loading zone of a station and then hit I and then access the inventory of the station. So you didn't actually have to land to actually pull the inventory out, and then they changed that. With the kiosks. Ever since they had that huge turnover in their management, the devs have been talking about adding a lot of quality of life stuff. Hopefully you keep that up. This is definitely quality of life. This button right here. It's differently placed, but yeah, this button right here, there is a stack all button. It doesn't work all the time. It works some of the time, not all the time. So no individual lockers and ships. I think they still exist. I think they're just connected. There's like a wider connection to them now. You cannot open stuff that's in inventory. I cannot see what's in a backpack unless I have it equipped. Yes. That is there's no nesting, I don't think yet. No. Is this targeted for 4.7? As of last Thursday, according to Benoit, they want to make it in. They're planning on making it in, but they have not confirmed that it's in. So if I have a backpack inside an SCU box and I can't look in it, no. I found that the stack all button doesn't necessarily work if you're in like your local inventory in a landing zone. But you can stack everything, and I mean everything that I could find you could stack. The other thing I didn't see was tiers. There was no image for tiers yet, but I imagine that's just because the tier system hasn't been added because it hasn't. I'm guessing when we get our crafting, the next crafting Evocati, it'll be crafting and inventory at the same time. But this was built into 4.6. Yes, you can reverse the UI. You can have your personal in the right and the local in the left if you wanted to, or whatever like boxes to the left. You can click through either side. Does the RTT in the inventory screen look good? No more blue holograms. The blue holograms still show up when you first pull them in, if they're like not fully registered in. But if you close it and pull it back up, it should connect them back. It's more of a feels like it's more of a back end issue rather than a intended issue. Yes, you can also have both. Have it on both sides. Like with this, you can have I can have the like chest piece, and then I think this is supposed to be the backpack, and the backpack over here, and I can just swap them back and forth from here to here if I want to. And I can also swap the top up here. It's like this is local, that's personal. These are all just sort of areas that are within the area that you could pick up for the boxes. Oh, easy. Yeah, you can drag and drop box some items from the ground, the inventory as well. The one thing that this screen doesn't show, which is really cool, is there's another slot above the equipment, which is just hand. So you can just like drag like ammo into hand, and then you just have the ammo in your hand. You can put like a gun in the hand. You can put like your hot dog. So you have like a hot dog, you just go boop. No more of this like equip. You can just drag it quick down and then pull it in there. Like drink your cruise, eat your hot dog, that kind of stuff. And this is also pretty cool. The like little attachment slots if they're in your inventory. I didn't try the double click. The double click might work, but the drag and drop worked for sure. Yeah, there's an arrow at the very bottom that lets you hide equipment if you don't want to see it. Yeah, if you need more space on that screen. Double click works? Okay. I thought double click worked for the current inventory screen, but yeah. Effectively, if it currently works in the current inventory system, it will work in this inventory system. This is more of evolution, not revolution. It is more of taking what we already had and trying to make it look and act better. Overall, from compared to the current inventory system, is it better? Yeah. Hands down, yeah, it's better. But it's fundamentally the same system. The difference is it's just easier to identify your helmet, your chest piece, your undersuit, your legs, your arms, your backpack, your ammo, your grenades, your medicine, and it's super easy to manage your guns now in terms of the attachments and everything going in and out. ASOP has that. Or no, ASOP doesn't have that. It sort of does. ASOP has a switch, a toggle that you can click below the search button that will only show ships that are in your local inventory. So is the intent to involve the system or eventually scrap it and come up with a new system? It's evolving. This is an evolvement. They're evolving the system as it currently is to allow it to work with inventory or allow it to work with crafting and base building. This is a modification of the current system to make it easier to read, improve the quality of life in general, and to allow it to function with crafting. But it is not a complete rework of the system. It is the same system. Yeah, there's a sort button that allows for A to Z, Z to A name, A to Z, Z to A type for large or small. Yeah. So. Yeah, you cannot equip with a hat with armor on. People have been begging to polish instead of reinventing everything every 2 years. So that's good in my opinion. There have been people out there who were very, very, very mad at the current Star Citizen system. They said that the system was awful. The inventory needed the system to be scrapped and redone from scratch. And that's just clearly not what they're doing. They're evolving the system they already have in place. So whether you like it or not, we're getting the current system. Now, what this system does feel like in terms of UI is it feels like the looting screen that they used. It's like they took the looting screen concept and merged it with the old inventory system that we had in the past. It is sort of a hybridization of both of those systems into one system. I did not find any button to get to the loot menu. So I don't know if it was just turned off for testing or if it just doesn't exist anymore. I don't think it exists anymore. Loot menu is there? How did you get to the loot menu? Is it still the same old Control I or whatever, or Shift I? That's stack everything GQ. That's stack all button. The 3-box pop out is a stack all button. So if you took a bunch of individual items, you put them in your inventory, you hit that button, it will auto stack everything that's loose. O7 seems like the magic inventory system. Nice. It's very similar to the magic inventory system that we used to have. Yes. Does it stack vehicle parts? Not as far as I can tell. It only stacks in your proper inventory, not in your local inventory. You should just hold that down I. So I guess if you hold down I, it'll pop into the loot system. But I didn't see it. You don't really need it with this new system. This new system is fine for that. I guess if you want a streamlined, simplistic way of getting access to things, yeah, you could do that, but God, this image that was linked to me, the one that it's on the screen when I was doing this, that is 5 months old. That is from October. A lot of Star Citizen systems aren't fundamentally broken, they just lack polish. There's two things that tends to be the problem with Star Citizen systems. They need better quality of life passes, and their back-end systems need to function. The biggest problem, it seems like almost all the time, is that their back-end struggles. And when their back-end struggles, it causes things to implode. Yeah, the old system, this will get rid of that old system, and you will not be able to wear a hat underneath your helmet. You will be able to wear glasses on your helmet. Is it me or is CIG kicking ass this year? They're definitely pushing more to get more stuff out. I wouldn't be surprised if CIG got inventory, crafting, and the new transport system out by May. Now, does that mean you're going to be able to craft, like, ships? No. It means you're going to be able to craft, like, FPS weapons and armor, and maybe ship equipment and ship weapons. That's it. Nice, when you go mouse over the weapon attachments, it'll highlight all compatible attachments. Yes. If you have a weapon equipped, it'll highlight if you can actually attach it. Do you think they've had this for 5 months? Easily. It's clear that they've changed some things here and there. Like, the UI's been tweaked. Some of the button placements has moved around, but most of the things are the same. Like, they changed the select all to a move all button, kind of thing. Oh. How far do you think they're going to push settlements, customization of land, crops, levels of defenses? Yeah, eventually. Not at release. You're going to see a very basic release of base building and stuff like that. I don't think you're going to be able to terraform the land, if that's what you're asking, like digging ditches or making mountains. But you will be able to build walls and that kind of thing. You think Squadron 42 is going to come out at 10.5? Okay, let me check 10.5. It'll be 10.6. 10.5 is a Monday, so if they're going to shoot for something early October, it'll be 10.6, which is a Tuesday. My guess is somewhere between 10.6 and 10.13. Americans, I know. October 6th or October 13th. You were mentioning it doesn't tell you that something like that tractor rifle goes in the rifle slot. However, when you mouse over the weapon or gadget slot or gadget slots, it highlights the weapons and gadget can go in into that slot. However, most people will assume that a tractor beam will be a gadget, not a weapon. So they'll pull it open into the gadget system, and the thing it highlights is your hand. So when you put it down, it equips it into your hand, not into your inventory. So it doesn't actually like equip it onto your body. It puts it into your hand. There's nothing that tells you that it's equipment and not gadgets. How will it compare to the Dune Awakening's base building? I imagine it's going to be more akin to Starfield's base building system than it is going to be Dune Awakening's system. I think Loken will hate it. Because I know Loken loves more in-depth stuff, but you're going to have effectively modules. So that could change. Yeah, No Man's Sky. The Man's Sky. Ooh. But I don't think you'll be able to build like floors, walls, ceilings, and like expand it out to create like a gigantic room with one module. I think they'll have small, medium, and large modules, which you can then fill in, but and maybe even link together. But you won't. They'll be individual modules that you can't modify the size of that much. So you can't like build like in Dune Awakening where you build like the floors, the walls, the ceilings, and then build like another floors, another walls and ceilings on top of that, and then swap out different like window slots. I don't know if that's gonna happen. Thinking closer to Subnautica, like the Starbreaker game that just came out, I could see CIG doing something similar to that. But at the very first, you're just going to get hab module, gen, power gen, hangar module, that kind of thing. You will get bespoke assets that you put down and you use, and then you can customize the interiors. I own Toon Endeavors, and that's what I think of when I'm farming. When farming, yeah, probably. Yeah, those were like prefab rooms with customization. Things could change a little bit here and there. I'd love to see CIG be able to connect those prefabs together through like a hallway system. So you can like connect two rooms together or two fabs or habs together, like small hab, medium hab, and you could build like a tube from one hab to another so that you can, you know, have some traversal that doesn't require you to go outside. Star Rupture, thank you, not Starbreaker, Star Rupture. Yes. It'll be like walkways. I hope it's more enclosed than that, because the problem with walkways as they currently are is that they're exposed to the elements. CIG should be designing the system in a way that you are not exposed to the elements simply because you want to go from one part of your base to another, so you don't have to get into a suit to move around. Yes. That is what I think we'll see, is more Starfield and Subnautica and Star Rupture than we'll see like Rust or Ark or even DayZ does this sort of a little bit, like where you have like walls, floors and ceilings and doors and windows. You're not going to have individual parts. It'll just be modules. Yeah, Dune does that, yeah. Or Valheim, yeah. Like a hamster habit to tube, yeah. The DayZ building system is really nice. I like how you got to place a BP, then bring stuff to it and attach it, the blueprint, and then bring stuff to it to attach it, etc. I do too, but it's also much more survival, and that allows for more nuance in terms of building, but it requires more effort and more time. I think CIG is going for more put something down, plop it down, have it be built, and then move on sort of thing. if they don't do dynamic like hallways where you can build from one point to another, then I expect them to do hallways that connect to the doors. So you have like a hallway module thing you can build in like terms of sizes, like straight 1, straight 2, straight 5, and then T1, T2, like a T connector, and you can sort of connect them from the doors to the hallways and then connect those all together. So you can have a big tube system that connects all of the individual halves. I don't think that's very good. That means you have to add a fuck ton of parts to the game. And I can see them doing more procedural connection points, but we'll see. Yeah, they told us the timed builder drones. I'm just saying. Yeah, no, I get you. It's going to be less intensive on our hand and more. It's more about feeding the machines the materials than it is about us actually placing stuff down. Will they add elevators so that you can connect yourself? I don't know. Not a clue. Remember, base building and crafting are two completely different things. Base building is not going to be a thing until later. Crafting will happen before base building. Like an X4? It's been a while since I played X4, so I don't know. Maybe. Have you seen the crazy complex X4, X3 was even crazier? Tubes going everywhere. I don't think it'll be that much, but yeah. Base building is one of the most exciting things to me, but I can see it going wrong in a lot of ways, and I worry they'll scrap the idea. They're never going to scrap the idea. What they'll do is it'll either be streamlined into simplicity, where people will not be as excited about it as they thought they were going to be, or it will be somewhat simple to start with, and then they'll add more complexity after 1.0. One of the things that I think the community needs to come to grips with is that CIG with 1.0 is going to be sending out a minimum viable product. So what you'll see is effectively the game, but barely. So things like, does it have base building? Yes. Are there only 4 buildings you can build? Probably. Does it have crafting? Yes. Are there only a handful of things you can craft? Probably. It's it. Like, we may not even have proper spaceship crafting by 1.0. I think they'll probably do that because they want to have the tiered ship hulls and stuff like that. So they'll probably be in there, especially with, actual like crafters that you like crafting stuff you want to build, but they may be limited. Like there may be a limited like selection of ships you can actually craft from. So like if there's something that you're like, hey, I'd love for CIG to improve upon this and make it better. The likelihood of them, if it's functioning in game and it is somewhat close to what they were planning on with 1.0, then the likelihood of it never getting touched until after 1.0 is very high. Going by what you see with your students, how do you think the younger generations will react to Squadron 42? I think they'll enjoy it, but I don't think they'll really know about it until later. To give you context, most of my students play Fortnite still. A couple of them play other games other than Fortnite, but if like, for instance, one of my students today was like, Mr. Shelley, do you play Fortnite? And I'm like, I have never played Fortnite in my life. And they were like, I need someone to complain about it because they added these electric guns and they take like half your health in one hit. And I'm like, that sucks. But I've never played that game, so I have no idea. Like, I'm pretty sure like a handful of them I've seen play like Helldivers. A lot of them play like JRPGs. Like you're most of the kids in my school are pretty typical average gamer types. If they play a game, it's going to be a pretty popular game that most people know about, or it's going to be a somewhat niche game, but like it fits within a niche in the genre that they enjoy. Hey, Dennis, how you doing? So if Squadron 42 breaks out of a niche and becomes more popular, then yeah, they'll probably enjoy it. But it's less about, it'll be less about if it's good or not and more about what people think about it and where it's accessible. One of the biggest problems that Squadron's going to have early on is that it's a PC game. It will meet a PC audience, but it will, because it's not for a console of any kind, it will not have as much wide-ranging appeal. Yeah, that sounds about right. I've got a student who keeps playing Roblox when I'm lecturing, and I walk over and I'm like, get off of Roblox, and they look at me like, why do you know this is a Roblox game? And I'm like, because I know what Roblox looks like. Turn it off. I had a student who was able to use a VPN to get around the school's network and was playing Fortnite before and right at the end of class. So like when we're getting there and starting up, they would like boot up Fortnite and play it for a little bit and then get off, that kind of stuff. Most of them play very basic stuff. To give you context, I don't think my kids would even play a lot of GTA. I think my kids would play GTA if they had access to it, but most of them would mostly be focused on, like, again, Fortnite, your typical easy access most people play. They don't watch TikTok, guys. The younger generation doesn't really use TikTok. That's Gen Z, not Gen Alpha. Well, I guess they're kind of Gen Z, the ones that I'm teaching. They're just at the end of Gen Z. So if you're watching this and you're in your mid-20s, I see you, Gen Z. I taught you. You're old now. Ha ha, ha ha, ha. Welcome to the real world. Marvel Rivals? Yeah, maybe Marvel Rivals. I can see some of them playing that. No, most of you are older than me, which is fine. I understand. I am the entertainment at the old folks' home. The worst part is that I say that, and some of you are going to get really pissed off at me for saying that. Like, God damn it, stop reminding me how old I am, Paul. I'm not even in my 40s yet. Listening to your niece complain endlessly about the Five Nights at Freddy's movies is hilarious. Just tap her on the shoulder and say, welcome to being a gamer. You should sit down there and be like, young lady, do you want me to tell you about the original Super Mario movies? You want me to tell you about the Mortal Kombat sequels? Or the Resident Evil movies? Let me tell you, we were glad to just have a movie about a video game in my day. If you want to be a cool uncle and you have to like watch her at some point, have her sit down and watch the original Super Mario Brothers movie. The original. I'm in my late 40s and cannot stand the younger people that work in the assembly plant I work in. They call off all the time and they don't get the humor, my humor. You're also a Gen Z though, Thorn. Yeah, the original SMP was before my time too, but I've seen it in proper rewatches. If you haven't watched it, you should watch it. It is a fantastic movie. It is not a good Mario movie, but it is a fantastic movie in the sense that it's a very oddball, screwball, dystopian comedy. Zero. Welcome everyone from Zero Stream. My name is Paul, Berserker 01, Batman Show, your humble host and space bartender here at the Astropub, your space bar at the end of the universe. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show. We got a good one for you. How you doing, bud? Did you do the tech preview, Zero? Or are you actually playing the game like a good boy? Yeah, the old He-Man movie. So the Clipper has a secret 800k storage area. That doesn't surprise me. Found them Bezo bucks for me? All right. Thank you. So yeah, we're doing the inventory. Look, the tech preview inventory. If anybody here has a question, I can do my best to answer it. Because I can talk about it, I just can't show it to you.
You can take away my spaceship.
Spaceship.
You can take away my space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers.
No pew-pews.
But you can never,
Never.
ever
Ever.
take away my space game.
I have not read them in the report yet now.
Snark 3D just resubscribed for 79 months.
Thanks so much for that 79 months of support there, Snark. You're very important, very impressive, but very pedestrian. This is your fault. You're drinking night. Shots and cheers and chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. This is the screenshot from the monthly report like 5 months ago. So I had this up while I was checking it, but a lot of this is the same. Like a lot of what you're seeing here is in fact the same thing that exists in game right now. If you're on either the lower decks, hit I, it brings up inventory labeled med bed, where you can store up to 800k of SCU, pretty much anything. I imagine that that's originally designed for the gel. So if you put stuff in there, it might block off the gel access. GQ. My thoughts on the inventory, though, is effectively, it's an evolution, not a revolution. It is the same inventory we have now, only with added new things. It's smoothed out the process of like seeing where things are. It's it makes it so you can easily equip like attachments to guns. You can see where your ammo is and what's left of the ammo. It's a lot of it is simply quality of life touches to the system that already exists. It's fairly intuitive now in comparison to what it used to be. There are still some small bugs here and there in the issues, but yes, it's almost certainly the same system you're used to. If you're used to the system right now, it's that, but more improved. That's my experience. Experience with that. You don't even really have to drop on the ragdoll, because these systems right here, you just plop them onto these little like easily to understandable like areas. As far as I can understand, Real KG, the system is built specifically to interact with the new backend. So it's built with the new UI rather than the old UI technology, so they can modify it a lot faster. It's the same technology they used for the cargo elevators and the loot screen. As far as I understand, you will not be able to stack non-consumables. That is not the case. You can stack weapon attachments. I've been able to stack weapon attachments. You cannot stack weapons, but you can stack attachments. I don't think you can stack armor yet, though that should be a thing you should be able to do. But considering a fire extinguisher is considered a weapon, you won't be able to stack it, no. It's effectively, you cannot stack equipment for your ships, armor, weapons, and I think that's it. Everything else you can stack. Anything beyond that is stackable. So like metals, materials, attachments, all that kind of stuff. So nothing that can't already be stacked. Yeah, I'm pretty sure, yes. Also really hoping we get the Auxilia and Forge in March, April. We're not going to get the Forge, I believe. The Forge, they said they're going to be delaying for a little bit longer, because the Forge also has the ground extraction system, and that's going to be part of the new Genesis system that they're building. Almost certainly, that's part of the new Genesis system. So you won't see the Forge until Genesis comes in. And I don't think we're going to see March. The March patch will not have the Genesis system. You might see the Auxilia, because the Auxilia is simply like a vehicle version of the Clipper. So are the items smaller? They might be a little smaller. I think they're about the same size, though. What you can do, Zero, is you can take those 100 extinguishers, and you should be able to transfer them into a box. So just take as many of those extinguishers as you can, put them into a box, take the box, and yeet it into space, and then you won't have to worry about it. Was there multiple TMNT Michael Bay movies? I thought there was only one. I guess there was two. There is a stack all function, which is right here. In the preview, it's up here and a little bit bigger. And it's got like three like squares that'll kind of stack for like diagonally, but it only works on your own inventory. No, those were the live action ones that are the non Michael Bay ones. There was TMNT 2, and then the third one. I like the third one. The third one was good. It was a classic Turtles story from the comics. No, he just has 100 fire extinguishers in his inventory that's taking up a lot of space. So I'm saying if you want to get rid of it, you can drag all those fire extinguishers into a box and then just yeet the box away. But there is a stack all and a sort function, yes. Both of those exist. Is there multi-select? What do you mean by multi-select? Yeah, that's what we're talking about there, Essen. Like, highlight several items and drag them at once. I didn't try that. Apparently, no, there's no multi-select. There is a search bar. It breaks your searches, though. Once you've searched it, you have to type it into search bar and you hit enter, and it'll pull up the item. But once you do that, you cannot leave that item. That item will permanently be there. Even if you delete the search, it'll still be there. So you have to get out of the inventory and then enter back in once you've done the search. So yeah. So we can store boxes of stuff like the boxes of fire extinguishers. I mean, you can do that now. But yes, you can store boxes of stuff. It's the same UI across everything. So if you see this thing right here, you see these little boxes right here. This is local inventory. So if you're next to like a box, then it will pop up on here. And you can actually access that and it'll pull it up here. And then this is your personal inventory, but you can also, these are swappable, they're reversible. So you could also push the box over here and then put your personal inventory over here, and then you can sort it either way. You can even put it like, say, this is my chest piece, this is my backpack, I'll put my backpack over here, chest piece over here, and then transfer between the two like that. Yes, this is the new inventory. Now, this was the preview that was sent out five months ago. Right now, they're currently testing in Evocati, in the Evocati tech preview. They're testing this system out, and it's not that different from this image. That's why I'm using this image as a placeholder. Have they released the colored boxes yet? No. I'm going to say this right now. This system is an evolution, not a revolution. It is the same system you're used to in Star Citizen. They're simply adding a lot of the features which are in the freight elevator UI, and they're adding a lot of quality of life changes. What if you want to move something from a container around you into the local inventory from one tab to another tab? If you have local inventory up and there's containers nearby, you can click the local inventory and then the container, and then you can swap them back and forth. It's a remaster, not a remake. Yeah. Question: best guess on the price of the upcoming salvage ship? What's the cost of the mole? Probably more expensive than the mole, but not much. What's the tiny text say in the filters row? Clear filters. It says clear filters. $113 for the mole. So I would say, or 315. I'd say 330 then. 330 to 350. I'm actually surprised people expected a complete overhaul. Well, they saw images like this and the other previews that CIG has shown and assumed that this was sort of a new system because the way this guy is standing as well looks like a static image rather than a live image. And the reality is that this is a live image. This is a diegetic image. So as a result, it is effectively the same system you're used to. It's just the screens are a little different. They're a little bit more easier to read. There's more, it's easier to kind of figure out like your ammo stuff, that kind of stuff. Serious question, what's your favorite pizza? I usually go for the deluxe, the works pizzas. So like pizza with, pan pizza with pepperoni, sausage, ground beef, green peppers, mushrooms, yeah, that's usually it. That sort of thing. Question, what do you mean by diegetic? CIG uses the word, but I never quite know what he means. So a diegetic is when something exists in the universe. So if you're watching a television show and someone's driving a car and they turn on the radio and the like Beach Boys are playing on the radio and you're hearing the Beach Boys as the guy is driving, but it sounds like it's coming through a radio, like as if you're in the car with him listening to it. That's diegetic music, meaning it's in the scene with the guy. If you're seeing Luke and Darth Vader fighting and John Williams score is like crescendoing in the background, that is non-diegetic music. So diegetic is it's in the universe with you. So you are in the universe while you are interacting with the inventory. That's what I mean by diegetic inventory. You are still there. You can still I could still use right click and I could move my character around so the camera would swoop around. You can still see the people moving in the background. You can see the NPCs. All this stuff is still happening around you as you're in your inventory. Oh yeah, Costco's got great stuff. Yeah, it's a live camera, not a paper doll. Yeah, your Moby is diegetic because other players can see yours. Yeah, it's okay. It's a term that not a lot of people know about. I only know about it because I listen to and watch way too many like video essayists who do stuff on entertainment and shit. So I've heard the term enough to kind of understand what it's talked about. But diegesis is its own sort of like entertainment, like writing and like film and television and video games. It's its own sort of like theory, as it were. It's its own sort of it's how to put this following. It has its own sort of merits. It's kind of like you'll hear the term method actor, but method actors are just douchebags who are shortening the actual method, which is effectively how all actors, at least in the United States, learn to act. Method actors are just people who like to talk about it more because they're super into it, which is just the way it works. It's from the New School, which was opened in New York, by a Czech or Polish immigrant, Strauss, I want to say, in like the teens and 20s. And he established called the American method of acting, which has been shortened down just to method acting, which is the idea that to act, you pull emotions and feelings from yourself and express it that way. You put yourself in the character's shoes and pull out the feelings of what that character would have and use that to bring the character to life. So when I say something like diegesis, I mean like, it's like method acting. It's just a form of storytelling that people really, really like to use. And Chris Roberts fucking loves diegesis. That man is obsessed with diegesis. And so many of the people who work at CIG are very much focused on diegesis. Effectively, they want you to be as immersed as possible into the universe. So everything has to be an inverse creation. If there is faster than light travel, there has to be a reason for it in game and in lore, and there needs to be people talking about it, that sort of thing. So, to the detriment of it, yes. Stanislav's, thank you, Stanislav's system. I forgot the name of the new school. Yeah. Having arena going to be accessed by pods. Exactly, yeah. So I was bringing up the method acting because most people know what method acting is or have heard about it. So I had to kind of explain a little bit about it, but that's sort of like, it's only one type of acting. There are other schools of acting thought in terms of how to act. I only know this because I was in theater, so I did a lot of theater stuff, and there's lots of other things about theater that exists. And the diegesis is not just something that's just a fancy buzzword. It is like an approach to making content. And my camera froze. Hold on, I gotta do this. I have a new camera stick. Try this. Maybe that's the reason why it's problems. There you go. I love the immersion, obsessively explaining everything side of Star Citizen to my detriment. No, I mean, it's one of the reasons why I really like the lore of Star Citizen, because they put in effort into doing everything so that they can try to explain it. And from my perspective, that's a good way of doing world building, only because you always have a framework upon which to hang your stories. And there's very little chance where you're just going to be like, oh, I want to do this cool story, that you don't have someone who can be like, well, this doesn't make sense here, we got to change it here or there, or you can do this here. Which often haunts other games, like Halo, was a great example. Halo did not really have its universe thought out beyond the game mechanics and the initial storytelling that the first Halo game was doing. And it's clear that Bungie really didn't give a flying fuck about the authors, like Eric Nyland, who was developing the Halo literary works in the background. Eric Nyland is the OG father of Halo storytelling. Until like Halo 5, Halo 4-ish is when they started to actually pay attention to it. Like, they completely fucked over Reach. Oops. Thank you so much for that raid there, Pooks. You're very important, Papa Vampirist, Mr. Vain Pedestrian. You rock. Shots and cheers in chat. Shots and cheers. Welcome. My name is Paul, Berserker 01 Batman Shelley, your humble host and space bartender here at the Astropub. Your space bar at the end of the universe. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show. We got a good one for you. Halo lore seems to be based more on retcons than most. I disagree. I think it's pretty common for video games and other IPs to fall into the trap of they were never meant to exist in a wider universe. They were built to exist in the universe that they created for the game because of the game or because of the movie or because of the television show or because of the book. And so when you have to expand on that universe because it becomes really popular, it becomes difficult to expand on the universe because nobody gave a shit to do anything more than the bare bones because that's all they're getting paid for. So, and you can see that differently with authors and creators who build out the universe as they're going, so they have sort of a framework that they're going with. Sanderson is a pretty famous example of that. George R. R. Martin, the two guys who wrote the Expanse series, and that's because a lot of the cases, like the two guys who wrote the Expanse series, were creating a universe for a video game, not necessarily for a book. And because they're both authors, they decided to work together to create the book. To be fair, Halo was one of the last big games that I have a sequel plan. Nah, plenty of games these days don't really have sequel plans. Like, do you think there's a planned sequel to Expedition 33? God damn it, my camera froze again. Hold on. I'm gonna, like, step away for a few moments. Yeah. I'm gonna let it cool off a little bit, because I think it's just getting overheated. All right, I'll be right back, chat. I'm gonna grab something to drink. I'll be right back. Halo is also a pretty big one. I'll give you another example. Baldur's Gate. Baldur's Gate is a fantastic game. Of multiple sequels. Guarantee you they have no idea what Baldur's Gate 4 is going to be. If they even make a Baldur's Gate 4. Hey, Bops. I'll be right back. I guarantee you they didn't know what GTA 6 was going to be when they made GTA 5. Alright, I'm back. I can fix this fucking thing. Oh. It's a lot colder now. Oh, the camera overheating. Oh, froze. All right. Oh, yeah, it works fine now. That's way too orange. I don't think Ghost of Yotai was planned for Tsushima was made. Yeah. So, to go off of the basically finish before we go into the monthly report. Generally speaking, most people, especially in video games, don't really think about the universes they're making beyond the initial game they're producing. They may have cool things here and there that they may expand upon in the future, but they're not really thinking about the consequences of doing those actions. And because CIG and Star Citizen are specifically building the game with big blank pages present in the universe, they're intentionally being very careful about what they do and what they add so that they're not cornering themselves in the future if they want to add more content. Eventually, they will hit a point where they have cornered themselves all over the place. But at that point, the game should have already established itself in terms of what the kind of game it is, what kind of mood they're looking for, what kind of stories they want to tell. And it shouldn't be that much of an issue for them to work within the box they created themselves, because they created it themselves for a reason. A lore plateau, if you will. Yeah. I mean, to a degree, Mike Pondsmith himself took a very similar approach. Mike Pondsmith wanted to tell stories about Night City. And so the original Cyberpunk games, TTRPGs, always centered on Night City with some references to things like space travel, the moon, what's going on outside of Night City. But as he evolved the story, so did he have to evolve the setting. So he became more in depth about the corporate wars, about the new USA, about the various other nations that existed, about about space travel and that sort of thing. I was talking to Algrade the other night about the Lorecast y'all used to do. How many signatures on a petition do I need to get you to start it back up? The reason why I haven't done Lore Citizen in a while is because Lore Citizen was such a pain in the ass to set up, because it required 3 people, one of whom I don't think is even really involved in Star Citizen or has really a desire to, because they're super busy with other things. And the other one is Al. So it would be me and Al, and the idea of what we were doing, I think we need to hone it down a little bit. Oh, you're talking about cyberpunk, like the genre. The cyberpunk genre actually birthed originally from the Why am I blanking on the name? Yeah, I have checked it out. We just talked a lot about it. Nope, not Dick. It's actually Post-Dick. Post-Dick. Don't do that in my chat. Neuromancer. Yeah, Neuromancer. So, I'm going to hit you up a little bit because this is important to understand from a meta perspective in terms of storytelling, because cyberpunk as a genre exists because of cyberpunk. Star Citizen has heavy influences on cyberpunk storytelling. So, Gibson, you'll know him by another name. You know his other work other than Neuromancer, which is Johnny Mnemonic. So Gibson was a sci-fi author that did a lot of pulp stuff. And if I remember correctly, he was friends and tangentially interested in the rising personal computer personal computer revolution in the 80s. Remember that this book was written in 1981, 84. It was published in 1984. So in the early 80s, during the personal computer revolution that was happening at that time, there was also another movement out there called the cypherpunk movement. And these were all heavily influenced by punk rock and punk music. The idea being these were people who were heavily involved in counterculture ideology from the 70s. And they saw computers as a solution to those counterculture. Why am I explaining this to you? All of you are old enough to remember this shit. The thing about Gibson that's important to understand is that Gibson created cyberspace. Gibson literally invented the term cyberspace. Because at the time, there was sort of the internet that existed at the time for like enthusiasts and such. The BBS and that kind of stuff. Old man can't help but explain things. But Gibson didn't really understand the concept. So he thought of it as a physical space you went to. Like a physical dimension you would go to in the future. So the idea of like netrunners that we see in like Cyberpunk, the video game, like Tron, yeah, that's just VR chat. But what he was thinking about with cyberspace wasn't that you logged onto VR chat. It would be like if VR chat was your experience on the internet. Yeah. William Gibson. That's what I'm talking about, GQ. is William Gibson. He's the guy who wrote Neuromancer. Neuromancer is sort of like, he wrote Johnny Mnemonic. He wrote a bunch of other cyberpunk and cyberpunk adjacent ideas in the early 80s. And then he published Neuromancer, and Neuromancer is the foundational text of cyberpunk. But its concept was about a universe where not only was the fight against the system taken to a completely different dimension, but it changed the nature of how outlaws and rebels would exist. Outlaws and rebels against the system existed in a different manner. He was just basically trying to describe what a digital outlaw would be like, an outlaw of the future, rather than hogs and Harleys, not actual pigs, and like, communes and fuck the man or stockpiling weapons. He was trying to see a future with this idea of computers, personal computers, and proliferation of technology, and what that would look like. We played role-playing D&D style and Neuromancer with the boys. Those will play heaps of Cyberpunk TTRPG as well. It rocks. It does. But it's funny because, like, a lot of his ideas are completely made up. Like, his concept of, like, cyberspace, net running, all the kinds of ideas that have become, like, cyberpunk classics. It was just his imagination of what being on the internet was going to be like, because he never really was on the internet. So he was trying to capture the feeling of what being on the internet would be like to someone in the near future, before anyone had access to the internet. No, it's totally okay, but it's important to remember that, like, cyberpunk itself is a reflection of the time it was created, and the time it was created was the 80s. It was created in a time period when multinational corporations were skyrocketing, when the Cold War was both super hot and also coming to an end, when technology seemed like it was leapfrogging leaps and bounds, but it was doing so in ways that people didn't want, but also was being more accessible than ever by your average person. By the end of the 80s, having a personal computer wasn't a crazy idea compared to the beginning of the 80s, where it was a fucking hobby, that only nerds participated in. So, have we had a new genre, re diesel punk, cyberpunk, fantasy, etc., being created in the last 20 years? Yeah, but you're not going to like what I'm going to say, Nonstop Bops. You're not going to like what I say, Bops. That genre is called romantasy. What the fuck is that? So, do you know what a bodice ripper is? Can you imagine a steamy romance novel written for women? Yeah, it's kind of like softcore porn. In some cases, not so softcore. So imagine a steaming romance novel written for women, and then set it into a fantasy universe where the man isn't necessarily a man. They're a 1,000-year-old vampire, or a minotaur, or an immortal god. It's like taking a D&D campaign, but making it super like gay or super like hetero. Like it's very sexual, all about the romance aspect of that sort of thing. I'm sold. Hey, some people love it, man. Some people love the fuck out of that. A sci-fi version of a Harlequin romance novel, yes. The probably most famous one that I know of is called The Court of Thorns and Roses. What the hell did I just walk into? We were talking about cyberpunk and how cyberpunk's its origins are important to understand because Star Citizen is heavily influenced by cyberpunk. The aesthetics, the storytelling, everything. You know, cyberpunk, and Bob's asked if there was a new genre that's been created in the last 20 years. And I'm like, yeah, romantasy. But someone else brought another one up. Solar punk is another one. Solar punk is another genre that was invented recently. And it has its own aesthetics. It's, the closest thing I can tell you about solar punk is that it's very Ghibli, Ghibli-esque, with heavy emphasis on eco, like communism, and but not like communism, but like in a commune, and renewable energy. So it's kind of like cyberpunk, only remove the like cybernetic limbs and dystopian ass environment and replace it with solar panels and hippies. Yes, Eddie. Now you know what it's called. It's called romantasy. It's the new hotness. They're super popular because most modern readers of fiction are women, and it's a super popular genre amongst women. Not necessarily needs to be. There are some that are really well done. Like I said, I've heard good things about a Court of Thorns and Roses, because like, it's still taking the fantasy angle of things and just focusing on romance within that fantasy angle. And as a big fan of the romance genre in general myself, I know that sounds crazy, but it isn't, trust me. I like that idea. I really like the idea of playing with romance in different settings. How is that related to cyberpunk? Oh, because like I said, somebody asked if there was a new genre that's been created recently, and so it's like, oh yeah, there is a new genre like that. Yeah, romance is a huge genre, but like, it has a stigma, which is like it's for women, not for men, and so like it doesn't seem to reach across multiple genres. Well, Cormor is coming up. It is. So when a chick reads a book about getting railed by a minotaur, it's okay. When I read a manga about, oops, I got reincarnated into a minotaur fucking world, I'm a freak. The difference is that your manga takes about 2 pages to decide if your heroine or hero is going to is overpowered and is going to get a harem, versus the book about the chick rather than the minotaur spends about half the book building up their relationship and their steamy off again on again, if they will they won't they, and the sexual tension, and she's very much like, no, I don't want to, but I do because he's interesting and he's actually got a dark broody past. And no, I know people are immediately like Twilight, it's like, it doesn't work like that, but yeah. It's all about the tension. Exactly. I just want someone to buy me flowers. I'll buy you flowers, Bops. I just need to find a place to send them to. It sounds like a relationship to you and Virgil. You got an enemies to lovers track right there, Bops. You just got to break him down. Eventually, he'll give in and express his love to you. by saving you. He'll save you from another enemy by sacrificing himself to show that he truly loves you. Let's just keep it with K-drama with a kiss in the last episode. I hate that shit. I hate that shit
Take away my
so
spaceship.
much.
You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never,
Never,
ever
ever.
take away my space game.
Later, Bob.
Gifted at Tico, a membership. At Ticorico celebrates 37 months of membership. Just got scammed by a travel agency,
Oh,
so
that
I
sucks.
decided to cool off in the most enjoyable pub in the galaxy.
Sorry to hear that there, buddy. Thank you for the 37 months of support, though. You're very important, Pub. We're very impressed, Mr. Very pedestrian. You rock. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Romance is all about unresolved sexual tension. UST. Yeah, I guess that's it. I'm not going to go into more depths about it. I could talk about that shit all day. I'm fascinated by that. But again, for those of you who know me, knows I have some very weird tangents and things that I'm interested in. But do I think the UAE is behind the mold crisis? No. And yes. The easy answer is no. I don't think the UAE is behind the mold crisis. The easier answer is it's division. It's the division, and you're never going to not convince me it's not the fucking division. The division of executive services is behind everything in the Star Citizen universe, and you cannot convince me otherwise. It is the one conspiracy theory I have with the Star Citizen storytelling. Everything is the division of executive services fault, and if it's not the division of executive services fault, it's one of the other intelligence agencies. What's the division? The Division of Executive Services is the Senate's private intelligence service. It is the CIA if they worked exclusively for Congress. They were created at the end of the Mezzer era specifically to prevent another Mezzer from rising in power. So they're a small group of highly paid, highly trained professionals who seek out other people to recruit into their services to act as watchers. And so they pay a huge network of informants to tell them anything they need to know, and then pay some of those informants to actually do actions for them, often which are completely illegal. But the mandate of the Division of Executive Services is that they can do whatever they have to preserve democracy. Section 31, kinda. Yeah, the difference is that in the same sense as Section 31, the division doesn't exist. You will not find it anywhere. The only places you will find it is in ledgers tucked behind random expense reports. And you'll never find any official acknowledgement of them. Yeah, they exist in the wiki. It's actually simply referred to as division, but division is division is an actual concept of dividing and division and multiplication and that kind of stuff. So it's basically like we did in post 9/11. If we had an entire division of the U.S. government that no one knows about, yeah. It is an older lore post. Yes, it is. It comes from the Lore Builder's Guide, so it's one of the older ideas, but it has existed in fiction in there for a while. I brought it up as the movers, the reason why the frontier fighters existed, because they just sort of show up out of nowhere in the fiction, and then they turn heel almost instantly. Now, the reason why is because CIG wanted to have a surprise enemy. But the easiest way to work that into the fiction is that the frontier fighters were a group of people who were paid by the division to wipe out the pyro system. The problem was that they got too greedy and started attacking the CFP, and because they were trying to use the division to settle old scores. And so once they went too far, the division turned on them, and then like gave them up to the advocacy and to the CFP, because they're like, you've gotten way off the fucking ramps. We're burning you as an asset. We never existed. So it's my theory that they were a division operation, and when they went off, they went rogue, the division burned them, which is why they ended up getting destroyed. We're going to find more info, mostly in that lore post. They do exist here and there in old posts. You'd have to piece them together through old lore posts, but there is an entire story told about the division's attempt to contact the Kurthok. The failed attempt to contact the Kurthok. Now, like everything in Star Citizen universe, the Division of Executive Services is itself not necessarily good or evil. It is a gray entity. Their intentions are at least somewhat noble. They're born out of a desire to prevent another totalitarian dictator from taking over humanity. So they're sort of a frontline, last line of defense against fascism. So a trauma response to being controlled by dictators for too long. So you can understand that impulse of like, we need something that will actively stop the rise of dictators in our ranks. However, you give a secret organization that much power to do what you need to do, to do that sort of thing, and they will use it and abuse it all the time. Sorry, the ad break, something happened. Basically, they were formed to stop the rise of fascism. They had just went through a totalitarian dictatorship that had lasted for several hundred years, and the Division of Executive Services was created explicitly to prevent that from happening again. And so the goal of the Division of Executive Services is to root out Mezzer sympathies in the government. So any lingering Mezzer sympathies are ruthlessly removed by the Division of Executive Services. And you can see that as a noble reason to it exist in the first place. They had just gone through this huge traumatic experience, and they wanted to prevent anything like that from happening again. But when you give a group of people enough power and complete anonymity, they will eventually abuse that power. That's kind of what the Executive Service. Essentially, their motto is no more Mezzers. Yes. There is some oversight, but that oversight is very limited to specific senators on specific committees. Like, if CIG will never do this, please prove me wrong, CIG. But it would be cool as fuck to have a Division of Executive Services person, like mission giver in the verse, who gives you jobs to do. I've pitched this idea before. I really appreciate the incompetence and corruption written to the UEE lore in Star Citizen universe. It really gives a sadly grounded feel to the world of Star Citizen, and that's intentional. There's no ads on my side, so. Supposedly, we still have no proof the division exists, in theory. As far as I understand, the wider UEE is more aware of them now than they have in the past. Because of the failed attempts to contact the Kurthok, some of their assets were burned, and so some of that came out in the investigation after the fact. So at least I think the Imperator knows of the Division of Executive Services. I don't think they have a lot of information beyond that, because I'm sure the Senate is like, you don't need to know anything more than that. Because it's there explicitly to stop you from going rogue. The best part, we never know what they're working for. We're working for the division, just a dude in the shadows. As I've said before, I have a great idea for a mission giver, and CIG could steal for this all they want to, which is a customs official, a UEE customs official who contacts you about your specific talents and asks you to do jobs for them. And while they're all couched in the context of a customs official retrieving contraband cargo or back taxes or some sort of thing, you quickly realize that all of these are very, very dangerous missions where you're dealing with some very dangerous people. And every time you talk to the mission giver about why did I raid a set like a congressman's 600i? You didn't tell me I was going on to a congressman's personal 600i to retrieve something out of their safe. The guy would just be like, it's part of the job. It was contraband. He didn't pay his import duties, so we had to retrieve it. Wow. Are you something more than a customs agent? Me? No. I work for customs. That's it. I'm a very simple man and a very simple job. a tax collector. You give them the visage of a tax collector, and you're really doing like super dangerous, devious shit. Yeah, exactly. No one's above the law. Imperator is not up for election until 2030, so they've got another 4 years. Yes, Parker Terrell did get disappeared. Before he started the Plain Truth, he disappeared. Though a lot of people think that he disappeared himself. Has UEE ever done cover-ups in the recent times? Yes. The UEE, the division specifically, attempted to send a spy through Xi'an space to make contact with the Kurthok. That spy was a former criminal turned reformed hauler, but had a lot of experience as a smuggler from his old days. And so he attempted to effectively stealth his way through Xi'an territory to reach the Kurthok and was captured almost immediately. If we don't take our tolls, we ain't got no rolls. Yeah. So almost certainly Terrell isn't the one putting up the posters. You just have to understand the people of Levski hate the UEE. and I know you heard me say hate. You didn't quite understand what I meant. I don't mean they don't like the UEE. I don't mean they are somewhat opposed to the UEE's existence. I mean, if it were up to the People's Alliance of Levski, the UEE would be shattered, sundered, its visage torn down, its symbols burned, and its structures ripped from history as it was. They are not pro-UEE. They have been anti-UEE since their inception. They will continue to be anti-UEE. They hate the UEE. Yeah, I think using the IRA is a great example. They are effectively the IRA after the Troubles. They don't have a reason necessarily to start fighting again, but they sure as hell don't fucking like the Empire. They're just waiting for an excuse to do it again. It's just, the thing is that the people of Levski fundamentally abhor violence. They do not like to use violence. They try to avoid it at all costs because they feel it as it is antithetical to their belief structures. They will use it if they need to, but they generally are not. They want to talk things out before they start firing. But not everyone in Levski is so amenable to talk it out first. Plenty of people, you can even hear it, are much more into the ways of, we've tried talking that with these people. Eventually, we're going to have to just shoot them. Here's the real question. When the UEE collapses, what nation states will emerge from the ashes? At least two. The old UEE and the new UEE. The new UEE will be centered on Terra, the Eastern Empire and the Western Empire. I do think that there will be some fractured nations, like the pirate nations will probably exist, which will probably be Nexus and Spider. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a collection of independent states surrounding Bremen, Magnus, Stanton, and Pyro. Because they're all connected to each other. And they all have similar or similar-ish feelings about the government. Though I have a feeling that Bremen will probably throw in with Terra. We might see a Bremen rum state. But they were the main tipping factor in the last revolution. The Bremen Defense Force threw in with the revolutionaries, which caused the revolution to succeed. There's no try. The only reason why Nyx hasn't been overrun is because it hasn't had any value. And as it gets more value, the only reason why they haven't overthrown them is because the fighting to kick out the People's Alliance would cost so much resources and effort that it would either just attract a Vandal invasion or would pull forces away from the Vandal front, which the UEE needs to keep the Vandal at bay in the west. So it's just generally not advantageous right now. I mean, that makes sense. That's why they use the spores to do it for them. Again, I'm not saying that we won't see a we won't see. I'm not saying there is no such thing as the oh gosh, what is it called? The division isn't fucking with shit and Nyx. Yeah, Vandal Front's still going on. As far as we know, the Vandal War has been going on for the last decade plus. It's not a war in the same concept as modern wars. It's more similar to the GWOP. GWOT, the GWOT. I always forget the acronym for that. No, the Molina Mold situation is their sort of slow roll in of the municipal works. So effectively, with Molina Mold, they now have the reason why they have to go clean out the municipal works and actually start to, make the municipal works work better. What they'll likely find out is that the Molina Mold is like, one of the outlaws tampering with shit in the works. No. That's the CIG way of doing things, similar to the Shattered Blade. We'll see it's either going to be the Moraine or what is it, the Horizon gang that does stuff like that. Again, CIG taking the coolest concepts for gangs like the Fire Rats and the Moraine and being like, no, they're bad guys now. You can only shoot at them, and it's like, God damn it. Let me work with them, for fuck's sake. Yeah. The Moraine is the most prominent, but I think the Horizon gang is another one that's around. CFP exists in Nyx. You guys don't know. CFP has a chapter in Nyx. There are no good guys in Star Citizen. Man, have you told that to CIG? They seem to fucking forget these days. Yeah, they do. There's a CFG chapter in Nyx. There's a CFP chapter in basically any system that's not aligned to the UEE that wants to be, that people want to align with the UEE. Oh, we're just going to get into that with the PU monthly report here, so. The problem that CIG has with its factions is that they railroad us into very specific factions, and we have no options to choose those factions because they don't do good sandbox gameplay yet. If they allowed us to choose what factions we could work with more closely, which would then alienate us with other factions, it would allow for more nuanced gameplay and more your actions having consequences, but also getting people invested in those factions. Yeah, the CFP gives all the combat missions for the Alliance Aid missions. And I haven't done this the monthly report. Odin might, but Odin's actually a part of the UEE. So Citizens for Prosperity typically only acts in places where the UEE doesn't already exist. Virgil almost certainly will have a CFP chapter. Right, Parker? It's my problem. All right. Let's do this. Hello there. Welcome to another office hours capsule. Don't worry. It's a suppository. This is a small section of my office hours live stream that I do on twitch.tv/theastropub, youtube.com/theastropub where we, oh yeah, I should probably do this before everyone starts doing things. Where we talk about Star Citizen lore, news, and more. Today, we're going to be talking about the January 2026 monthly report. This is something we've been doing for multiple years now, 3-4 years now, where we go through and read all of the monthly report. We do not do a summary. We do a full read through. So if this is your first time here, don't worry. I will give you context for everything you need to know about what's been said in the past, because some of this stuff has been mentioned in the past. Sometimes they'll, like how they talk about things a little bit different. But if you are a technically minded person, say you've done a lot of computer programming or coding and have more of a technical mindset, you might even be able to help me, because there's usually sections in here which are very, very techno heavy, especially the R&D sections. So please let me know in the comments below of anything I miss in terms of these interpretations. There could be some surprising or important things in those lists as well. All right. With that being said, let's get into the January 2026 monthly report. So, CIG's global studio returned from break, firing on all cylinders, ready to work on the wealth of content coming in Alpha 4.6 and throughout the whole year. Read on for how some teams began 2026, from AI features to tech, and tech to online technology. AI content. After the winter break, AI content immediately began to close out Alpha 4.6 patch. This included adding new Spectrum content for Stanton's system and working alongside Environment Team to install screens around Levski for use by the People's Alliance. As with any release, the team tackled various bugs affecting the social AI and mission providers. Elsewhere, the team walked through their general plan for the year and outlined the goals that they would like to achieve, alongside supporting teams that would needed assistance that would be needed to assist. The rest of the month was spent continuing tasks for initiatives started in the previous year. So, important note, January typically is their planning month. So this is sort of, you might see a lot of this there where they just said, hey, we sat down, we talked about what we're planning on doing for the rest of the year, who other teams we need to talk to, that sort of thing. So yeah. AI features in tech. AI features in tech began the year fixing a blocker that caused NPCs to incorrectly break out of combat and investigate. This led to human combatants not firing across various missions in Stanton, Pyro, and Nyx. Another issue was fixed that caused NPCs to be stuck in a cowering position. The team then improved firing validation and reworked the way NPC trigger switch logic is used to give devs more control over its utilization. For example, NPCs use burst fire capable weapons will always switch to burst fire if desired. Improvements were also made to aim directing, handling when targets are no longer visible, to eliminate NPCs occasionally aiming through walls. This is something they've been working on for quite a long time. They've been trying to track down the bugs and issues where NPCs will track people like through walls, where they will be heightened and alert even though there's nothing going on, or they'll be super good at finding things when they shouldn't be that good at finding things. So they've had to turn off and on some things. For creatures, okay, there's been a lot of updates on creatures as well. Updates were made to the adult Valacar, which will no longer try to close on targets. The Apex Valacar is no longer able to hear while traversing underground. The burrow to position behavior was also updated to a string instead of a fixed type. This will directly pass animation fragment tags, improving iteration time. They've been working a lot of the Valacar stuff, so. The team also ensured that the Apex Valacar can freely move around planetary nav mesh, allowing for more profound underground movement. Essentially, the algorithm has been improved to allow large creatures to find paths and travel long distances, as they're not always close to players. This seems like they're setting up for the ability to attach Valacar to random places without any missions, possibly, like a world boss. Improvements were also made to the tactical point generation inside boxes that overlap multiple navigation meshes or action areas. giving the team a new way to determine whether tactical points are too expensive. Improvements were also made to the Cone TPS generator, including the Apex motive port and the overall movement of the Apex Valacar, which are still ongoing. Support for Star Pause is also planned for development in the near future. Star Pause is the thing they mentioned last monthly report. It's effectively their new system for how to create creatures. So they're going to generate very generic base creatures like four-legged, two-legged, worm, that kind of thing. And then they're going to use those base skeletons they developed and develop various different versions of those creatures, copied and pasted and slightly changed around. Kind of like how the Yormandi and the Valacar are effectively the same creature, only they've reskinned it and they've changed some of the behavior, but it uses similar mesh and that kind of thing. That's the idea. The team then refactored serialized debug variables to no longer propagate on the release builds for the PU. NPCs are now also able to play different jump animations based on the ledge height they're traversing. The team can also restrict the jump height of individual NPCs too, without having to change navigation link. For example, in a situation where a navigation link is 4 meters high is used, only NPCs capable of jumping this height will use it. Finally, the team are now in the process of merging this 3D voxel grid pathfinder into the PU. By the way, if you don't know, that they use voxels for a lot of the pathing in Star Citizen. The ground mesh is all voxel based. The facial animation team worked through the remaining motion capture content that was recorded towards the end of last year. As part of this, another new voice pack will be released in Alpha Force 7, as well as an additional content for James Harriman, who will be returning with a new but somewhat familiar design. James Harriman, I don't know who that is. NPCs stuck in cowering positions has been a thing ever since I started this game. Cody, the question is that non-hostile NPCs in landing zones, or is this hostile NPCs in bunkers? Because what they're talking about with the James Harriman, that's Jared, right? That's Jared's character, the news actor. Yeah. So what they're talking about is that like hostile NPCs would cower or be stuck in cowering position no matter what. So they wanted to change that. Art characters. Character art team began the year finalizing new gang outfits and progressing with combat armors for the coming year. The concept art team iterated on an upcoming variant and explored ideas for new armors. All right, pretty simple. All right, here's your whole B setup, y'all. The UK-based ship team began their year progressing with 5 unannounced vehicles. The first had its final reviews, with the downstream teams adding their final touches ahead of its release. The team also updated some of the chassis geometry it shares with another vehicle to bring it up to a higher standard. Oh, it's another variant. Oh, God. It's one of the, like, Hermes and Apollo sort of things. Oh, it's probably the Salvager. That's probably the Argo Salvager. Yeah, it's final reviews. That's almost certainly the Argo Salvager. It's using the mole as its base. Following the completion of the Hammerhead Gold Standard tasks, some of the team began laying the groundwork for the second new vehicle, while the third passed its white box gate review with flying colors. The fourth oncoming ship had its white box gate review in January, which flagged some issues with its main gameplay feature not behaving as expected. Upon investigation, the team identified and resolved the issue, allowing the ship to pass its review. The UK team's final unannounced vehicle approached its white box review, with the devs reviewing the scope of the work and the available time frame to make process smoother for all teams. Notice that pretty much all of this is, you've got the Salvager, and then you've got white box gate review, you've got white box gate review, and you've got white box review. So effectively, the UK has the Hammerhead, the Argo Salvager, and then 3 ships which are not going to come out for the next like year, maybe the end of the year, but like a long time. Elsewhere, the Gatak Raylan progressed through the white box phase towards its gate review in February. So it's heading to its white box review in February. After that, it needs to go into gray box review, Lot 0 review, then final art. And that process can take some time, especially if it's a newer ship. So if it's just getting out of white box in February, and I know a lot of people are saying, oh, well, June is Alien Week, and so the Raylan should come out in Alien Week. That means that it would have to go from its white box review to release in 4 months. And I tell you this right now, that's not going to happen. You are high if you think that's going to happen. I know they said they want to release it this year, but if it's going to release this year, it's going to be at the end of this year, not in the middle. So it's going to likely to be IAE, almost certainly, yeah. At the earliest. All right. Grey Cat UTV continued development. Its planned mocap session was delayed until February due to external factors, though it will still make its gate review in early in the month. What are they doing? Taking an actual UTV and driving it around the studio? The Misk Holby, there we go, passed through its gray box review with no issues and is now well into the Lot 0 phase, with the artist currently adding details throughout. So I think this is this the B? This might be the B. It also could be the Ironclad, because I don't recognize that lettering. I think that's Ironclad. This one's got to be the Ironclad. You know, with the yellow. Yellow is one of those colors that's mostly used for Drake. So yeah, no, almost certainly the Miss Colby will be in the next couple of months. If it's going through its Lot 0 phase, well into Lot 0 phase, it might get out of Lot 0 in February and March, which means it goes into final art in March or April. So the Holby could release as soon as July, I think. Drake's Ironclad Assault, and Command module will continue development, making heavy use of the brand's modular kit. This helps the team make sweeping updates through the ships, leading to a much faster progress than prior ships. The North American team continued to work on an as-of-yet unannounced ship, which progressed through white box phase. Last month saw its variants blocked out to ensure that there are no surprises when they go into development at a later date. The team also adjusted some of the interior spaces to add more windows between rooms based on feedback. Okay, so it's a bigger ship. Finally, the Drake Kraken continued through its white box with the first of its gate reviews set for mid-February, which is a major milestone for the team and the ship. Further work on the concept team. This is the Kraken right here, guys. Further work from the concept team was scheduled to help the production team refine some of the areas that have evolved since the original concept, or that weren't as well refined during the original concept phase. So yeah. The Kraken's not going to come out this year. This is almost certainly going to come out next year, probably Invictus of 2027. Though the Ironclad could make it to Invictus this year. May, 4 months away, but it's been in sort of a Lot 0 phase for a bit now. And I think they're going to try to make it. They're going to push it to make it. Everything else, like the Gatak Raylan, probably going to make it. The B, almost certainly going to make it. The rest of the stuff, the Hammerhead Gold Standard, that's probably going to come out by Invictus. So, because it's already done, so it just matters of release. It could come out in 4.7, honestly. All right, community. Kraken requires the security docking ports working too, right? Yeah, I imagine so. The community team kicked off 2026 by publishing the November and December PU monthly report detailing development that closed out in 2025. What do they mean by blocked out? Which one? For some areas that have evolved since the original concept that weren't well refined during the original concept phase. I don't see the blocked out. What were we talking about blocked out? It depends on the context is really the issue. It could mean pre-planned, or it could mean like understanding, like we know, like we blocked out this time, so we like know this area. The Drake's Ironclad Assault and Command Module continue development, making heavy use of the brand's modular kit. This helps the team make sweeping updates to the ships, leading to much faster progress than other team. The North American team continues to work as of yet unannounced ship, which progressed through the white box phase. Last month saw its variants blocked out. Oh, okay. So that means they basically have the idea of what those variants are going to be. So if you have a concept image, it's not the same as a 3D piece. So when they say blocked out, they mean like basically very basically modeled, or very basically created the piece. Hopefully that makes sense to you, Dom. It's effectively rough, rudimentarily outlined. But it's not really an outline because it's also in 3D, so blocked out. No Genesis Starliner mentioned, no. They plan where the extra parts for the variants will slot in. Yeah, effectively, yeah. They know where it's going to be. It comes from a theater term meaning blocking. It's called blocking, where you literally sometimes will put like a square where people will stand, and then you kind of a director will go with an actor and kind of walk them through the process of where they should move when they're doing their scene. Where the thing that's called blocking out. It's effectively pre-planning. It wasn't theater. I remembered that we used to use the term blocking out for that, and I think that's where it comes from, is that sort of idea of planning out. Throughout January, the community has provided support for Alpha Force 6 Lifeline for Levski. This includes publishing FAQ for the Clearing the Air event, guiding players on how to participate, where to go, and what rewards they can earn for their efforts. They also published a catch-all post highlighting the major features of Alpha Force 6 and the detailed Q&A for the new RSI Hermes. To ensure players had the most concurrent information, the team updated the cargo hauling guide and refreshed both the new player guide and the welcome back pilot pages with details on current in-game content and events. As with every release, the community team continued to serve as a vital bridge between players and development. They delivered player feedback from Spectrum and social media to the appropriate channels through detailed sentiment reports and analysis, allowing disparate teams to stay informed of the ground-level community feedback, whether highlighting player-reported issues as they emerge or simply relaying on what players are saying about the current state of the game. The team ensured development branches remained connected to the community's voice. That's great. Additionally, they planned out and published the year's Bar Citizen World Tour, highlighting events that CIG staff plan on attending throughout the 2026, with further additions planned as new events confirmed. The team also supported Atmo Esports' Daymar Rally 2956. Congratulations to the Daymar Rally winners and every pilot who participated. Events like this are make Star Citizen special, and it's always great to see everyone come together to create such memorable moments. Thank you for your passion, creativity. We can't wait to see you what comes with next. I don't like the catch-all term of pilots. I understand why they do it, but I would prefer a different term, even if they came up with some special term for it. They had jumpers a while ago, but like nav jumpers and jumpers don't really work. The community team also published a comlink showcasing the major events coming in the verse, in February. Evergreen tasks continue as well, including This Week in Star Citizen, alongside bi-weekly updates to the roadmap and roadmap roundup. Lastly, they announced the winners of the Luminalia 2955 greeting card contest from among the many creative submissions, wrapping up the festivities from a memorable holiday season. Soft human. Sugar S, that's good. It's awesome. All right, mission design team. All right, Elliot, hit me up. Tell me why you're not wrong. Coming back from the holidays, the mission team continued with their work for content coming this year. This began with industrial collections missions, which will also add reputation to mining-based factions and expand on salvage gameplay. For mining, these missions will complement existing gameplay. For example, while a mission may ask for a specific amount of iron, mining could produce more than required, which can be stored for use later, using another mission or sold for profit elsewhere. Salvage missions task players with retrieving components, weapons, CM, and RM, which can be twinned with salvage rights players can already buy, allowing for profit maximization. The team also supported the Clearing the Air event, providing varied mission types that allow players to work for chosen company, or all of them, and earn rewards. Man, they should have screened that. That's an old idea, I guess, that they were going to do different companies. I think they meant less different company and more different professions. They just didn't quite get the full thing. Looking forward to the design work is completed to the revival of Siege of Orison. This was followed by the phase of rapid iteration to ensure the first instance content is a great step forward. Additional missions are also underway for Nyx, including the return of courier and delivery missions as part of the ladder towards hauling. So it means that the Senator Armin Strong is going to have to return. Will return in Siege of Orison 2. Electric Boogaloo. Narrative. After the holidays, Narrative hit the ground running, supporting the final closeout of Alpha 4.6. This included writing the usual array of mission, objective item, and vehicle descriptions, as well as dealing with any bugs that arose during testing. Much of the work revolved around upcoming missions, events, and characters that will require further narrative input throughout the year. The team also started outlining their first performance capture shoot of the new year. So scripts were written and reviewed with design to ensure the correct content is captured. Narrative and tech design discussed the location scattering tool detailed in CitizenCon 2954 presentation, helping them understand how to theme these generated settlements in a way that feels scalable but specific. Okay. Not much other than standard stuff there. I'm just going to read through that again. All right, almost done. January is typically a little bit shorter than most of the months because it is the first month back. Online technology. The network team began the year changing the DGS manager class so that it's aware of the DGSs that no longer have groups streamed in. This provides a buffer time between a DGS having a last group streamed out before it can be considered for release back to fleet. The team also created a class that will change as they transition from static meshing and instancing to quasi-DSM and then full DSM. Besides this, the team tested various in-development technologies alongside the maintaining and improving tasks. The Live Tools team continued surveying users of Bootstrap, the local game environment tool, to make sure it's more stable, faster, and easier to use for testing and development work. This is quasi-server meshing. The whole manager class. Okay. Development of the ticket assignment workflow web app tool continued with delivery targeted to the end of February. Okay. That sounds like social tool stuff. Finally, the validated UI design for Hex is currently being implemented with modern navigation and improved layout to enhance workflow efficiency. So yeah, they talked a little bit about quasi DGS or DSM at the last Star Citizen Live, which is their first attempt at dynamic server meshing, which will let the some servers change and be dynamic, but not all of them. So I don't remember this precisely, but I would make a guess that they're probably going to quasi DSM the deep space instances, because for those who don't know, typically they have like servers for like specific planets and specific moons, and they likely won't try to change those around a lot. But there is deep space servers, which covers not just deep space in like one system, but like all of the systems. And they typically use those because it's like there's not enough players in deep space to really stress the system enough. Like 100, 200 players doesn't in deep space. They're so far apart, it doesn't really matter that much. So spinning up and spinning down those servers may be their solution to that, or not even spinning up, but just like sort of dividing those servers make sense. Saves money by shutting down DGSs with no players in them. Oh, okay. So that's what the online server technique, what they're doing right there. So it's aware of DGSs that no longer have groups streamed in. This provides a buffer time between DGS having the last group streamed out before it can be considered for release back to fleet. So basically, they created a DSM manager which will track if a player is in its area, and if there's no players in the area and they don't come in a certain amount of time, they'll shut down that server, or they'll simply merge that server back to whatever server, wider server, so you don't have to use that server. Which seems interesting, because I didn't think they were actually going to be shutting down servers. They were going to keep the servers up. They were just going to redistribute where the servers are going. So you would still have 10 servers, but it would just dynamically shift from one place to another. I don't think it's ready to spin up. I think it's just moving it to another location. Benoit also mentioned that servers with very few players were less performant than more populated ones. Oh, so less players, less players in a server hurts the server? That doesn't seem a lot of sense, but all right. All right, last one, R&D. This is the one where I do not speak the canticles of the Omnissiah. I do not know. I am not an engineer who understands the words of the Forerunner. So if you are a technical savvy person, this usually has a lot of technical stuff in there. After the optimization push at the end of 2025, January saw the revival of one of the new and improved ground prototype, with work beginning to make it production ready for both PU and Squadron 42. Once complete, ground details will be cheaper to evaluate and render. Ground fog modeling will be improved, and lighting will self-shadow and cast shadows like rain volumes and clouds. Part of this work also includes various optimizations for atmospheric ray marcher, for the atmospheric ray marcher. That's pretty small compared to it usually is. So, what did we learn this week? Well, the quasi DSM and full DSM work is full bore. We know that the Siege of Orson mission is next. It's heavy in there. We know that there is a lot of work on the Kraken, the Ironclad, the Ironclad Assault, the Hull B, they've gold standarded the Hammerhead. The Raylan is being worked on, the UTV. But there's also 5 unannounced vehicles, almost all of them in white box. One, which is the Argo Salvager. And look through this. Probably 6, possibly 7 or 8 total white box ships. So there's gonna be a lot coming up. A lot of work was done on James Harriman. So for SSN TV updates, a lot of work was done on Valacar and the Star Paws initiative. And just other things to make AI a little bit better and less buggy. So very short, very punchy, but very short. I imagine we're going to see more in February and March, especially as the current UI update or the inventory update is, as I am recording this, live in the tech preview. I've actually played it myself, tried it out. That's one of the things we talked about in the actual live show. And we'll probably hear more about crafting and other features like that in the near future. So that is the monthly report for January 2026. As always, I want to hear your thoughts down below. Tell me what you think about any of this. Are you excited about something? Do you think that we're going to get the Raylan sooner than we are? When do you think we're going to get the whole B? Do you think we'll actually see the Valacar begin to roam outside of its location? Maybe we'll see random Valacar spawning in other places. Would be great to be able to get those Valacar teeth and those pearls, that's for sure. Let me know all that and more down below. And as always, thank you for watching. Make sure you hit that like button, subscribe for more content, and hit the bell icon to be notified when we release. And as I always say, hope to see you someday in the black. It's odd that they say that they're going to release 27 ships this year, but they only reference maybe 10. Let's go through it real quick. You've got 5 unannounced vehicles made by the UK team. You've got the Hammerhead Gold Standard. You've got the Gatok Raylan, the Grey Cat UTV, the Whole B, the Ironclad Assault. So that's 11. Another unannounced ship with multiple variants. So like maybe 1 or 2 there. And then the Kraken. The Kraken's not going to be released this year. So they mentioned 12 out of 27. Even if you remove the Ironclad, that's still 11 out of 27. It's the Division of Executive Services. Yeah, it's also only the January monthly report. You also got to remember that one of those ships is the Mole salvage, the Argo Salvager, that will be released on Wednesday. They also released the Hermes already, so that's 11 that they've released. The Hermes and then the Salvager's another one. The Whole B is going to be another, and then they've got more to come down the line. You really hope it's called Soul? It'll be called Scrap. The Argo Scrap. Salvage Recovery. Salvage Recovery Articulated. Pensioners. I don't know. They're gonna use something like that. I think it'll be the Argo Badger. No, because all Argo ships are acronyms. So Mole is multi-operator laser. What's the E? Enterprise or something like that. The Raft is the look that up. Reinforced advanced freight transport. Okay. Extractor. Okay, it's extractor. Okay. Could be wreck. What's the other one? You got the raft, the mole, the MPUV, and then the I'm super late. I'm trying to remember the name of the tractor beam one. Ooh, that would work. Wreckage recovery and extraction craft. Yeah. Wreck. SRV. Standard recovery vehicle. There's no reason to salvage this disgusting money glitch that's running rampant in Star Citizen. Okay. Anarchy. This is going to sound weird, but there's lots of people, myself included, who will do missions because they want to, or will run stuff because they want to, even if it doesn't make them a ton of money. The problem that CIG has right now is that there really isn't a it's really difficult to try to play Star Citizen as a game because CIG just doesn't have a lot of gameplay elements that would hook you to come back and do things. And that's where, like, hopefully sandbox type stuff comes in. But yeah, there's not enough progression. But it doesn't mean that I don't enjoy popping in to play a little bit of to do a little bit of cargo running. And I know people who find salvaging to be soothing and relaxing who do it. Algrid is one of those people. I know people like Red Monster who do mining even if it's not like they have a ton of money. Crafting is progression. This crafting is Jesus tech. Remember that almost certainly we will also have reputation with certain groups. So doing missions for those certain groups will build up your reputation. And then that reputation will then unlock access to certain goods and services, which they've already done for Wicklow. You have to have a high reputation with Wicklow to even unlock the stuff he wants. Eventually, there will be some sort of process that you have to unlock to even get certain things. How do they somehow turn the reputation system and crafting into beam-based gameplay? Listen, we will all embrace the beam. You will come to learn to love the beam and everything it can give you in all of its wonderful glory. And I can tell you exactly how they can do crafting into beam What you have is you have the object in front of you in holographic form, and you take your construction beam and you shoot your construction beam at the hollow thing until it becomes thing. Then you have beam. The beam will build you your things. Oh, I just wrapped up with a monthly report, that's why. Oh, incidentally, you're still on track for the Titan suit this year. We got a little comment of the first armed mech in game. What? Where was this, Alex? Oh my god, the crafting drones. It already is. Holy shit. I'm telling you, beam is the way. It is the future, the way, and the truth. Alex is saying something to the effect that it's not the Icti. I love the beam, Citizen Newtley. I am always like a proselytizer of the beam. Benoit said the Icti was the first armed mech in the game, which begs the question. The first? That's always been the case. I talked to Sean Tracy, and Sean Tracy's like, oh yeah, no, we're making another mech. I even asked him point blank, and I said, does it have the same name, or has it changed? And he said, oh yeah, it's the same name. And I'm like, the Zeus system? And he just kind of went, like, that's fucking weird because they already have 5 Zeuses. And he just was like very stoic, like, I'm not gonna say shit. The Titans in Squad 42. Yes. He mentioned it, there was in Squad 42. It has been mentioned in monthly reports that it's in Squadron 42, that it's part of Squadron 42. It's Squadron 42. Like it's a Squadron 42 asset. And while they seem to be reticent to release all of the Squadron 42 assets to Star Citizen, that is an easy fucking win for them to just port in the Zeus mech into Star Citizen, and then just work on the UI or the things it needs to work on for its release into the game. No, I meant mechs. Fuck Beam Citizen. Listen, I'm also a mech evangelist. Holy shit, am I a mech evangelist? They could. It's in the game. I doubt that the player uses it in the game or has even the option to use it in the game. But its animations are done. So if its animations are done and its modeling is done, it's just a matter of having a player enter the suit, which they already kind of have the model for with the Icti and the ATLS. And then it's a matter of getting the animations for the whole thing to close over you, and then the HUD for you to use it. I haven't played Xenogears, no. Last we saw Newt, they, in one of the leaks, it was like a 4.0 leak, they actually had the Titan suit in there, at least in some of the files. And in the files, one of the files names was Mech Suit Melee, was Titan Suit Melee. So there is a punch animation at least. Is Bopperino in here? Bops was in here earlier, but he's now lurking because he is currently working. So. Oh my god, they could do a Total War 40k game with Star Citizen stuff. When Total War 40k comes out, I could totally see someone doing a full conversion mod for Total War 40k with Star Citizen. Easily. Oh, he's live right now. Awesome. Why don't we do that? Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for watching. I'll be back on Friday. Keep an eye out for the lore video that I'm going to be releasing hopefully this week. which is sort of an update to my old complete history, or not complete history, to my old Star Citizen, like intro to Star Citizen lore stuff. Yeah, go say hi to Bops. Like I say every time, hope to see you someday in the black.